shop. Oh, 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 oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on a tube. Whoa, oh, 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 Funko, oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I got married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. We got wedded cone joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on the tube. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, we got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through this here tube. Oh, oh, oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. Funko. Funko, oh, 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 oh. I got married to my Funko Pop. Oh, oh. We got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh. married to my Funko Pop. Ooh, we got wedded. Come join in a Subway shop. Ooh, oh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Ooh, we got joined, Candace in the Subway shop. Ooh. Vitamins and biscuits and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole is spent watching on a tube. Ooh, whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm married to my Funko Pop. Ooh, we got wedded. We got joined in a Subway shop. Whoa. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through this here tube. Whoa. Funko. Pop. Ooh, we got wedded. We got joined in a Subway shop. Ooh.
Oh yeah, what's up? Welcome everybody. Oh yeah, usury on the dance floor. This came in the mail. I thought this was pretty cool. This is my book, but translated into some crazy ass language that don't make no sense. Esoterism, Hollywood, Sexcultism, believe it, film me. Oh yeah. So my book was translated into Polish. That's cool. You can go pick it up in the Polands if you can understand this crazy script where they got their obsession with Y's and Z's. Everything got a CYZ in it. Zig. If you want to be my lover, got to play with my friends. Friendship lasts forever. Friendship never ends. Zig. Anyway, this is a nice version here. Very cool. Appreciate that. So you can get this, all you Polish viewers. Now that's just the Polish version of part 1, Esoteric Hollywood part 1. And then I think my book was also translated into Romanian, I think in 2019. So there's also a Romanian edition. So shout out to all the Euro bros. I'm going full Jim Jones style today. I went with that JJ vibe, with that Jimmy Jones vibe, baby. Props to Sofia Vergara for sending me her mom case. Whew! When I put these glasses on with this mom case, I was about ready to find me a young man like I felt like a cougar. Rawr! I'm a cougar on the prowl, looking for me a little sugar daddy or a sugar son, a sugar cousin. How does it work if I'm an old woman trying to find a rich young man? A sugar child, a sugar offspring. I don't even know, man. I didn't realize I was getting mama glasses. It came with a mama case. Damn, son. I was trying to get some light blocking, blue blocking sunglasses that also had the ability to magnify. And Jeff Bezos sent me some kind of Sofia Vergara mom bullshit. I ain't having it. Except I am, because we're gonna call it Jim Jones. All right, I'm not going with no Sofia Vergara, Sofia Nagara. I'm going full Jim Jones, baby. It's JJ. Dyer is a cult leader. All right, fine. I'm a cult leader. I got Jim Jones glasses. There you go. Clip it. You got proof. And then speaking of cult leaders, well, we got a new cult leader on the prowl. Things have been kind of quiet in cult world, haven't they? And then just when you think, shh, it's quiet in cult world. Just when you think it's quiet, boom, baby. We got a new Antichrist drop. That's right. No, not Cameron from Capturing Christianity. Oh, you think that if I'm really Jim Jones, I would have Kool-Aid? You think I'm not an authentic? I'm not really vibing with JJ? Oh, really? Oh! I just went Purplesaurus Rex on your ass, baby. I'm about to pass out with that purple Jim Jones scissor up. With that Purplesaurus Rex scissor up. You'd be like, Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. No, Jim Jones. Jim Jones. Who? Jim Jones. Anyway. No, Cameron is not the Antichrist. However, we're going to play a little bit of Cameron's video because Cameron's video actually shows the aesthetics of the background of this dude, which is the best part. Because in the clips that are going viral on Twitter, you can't even see the real background, which is the best part. And as I commented, I would expect that the real Antichrist, when he shows up, that he would have a little better drip than this dude. He'd have a little better than airbrush pictures of himself looking like a 70s creeper van, right? With a damn wizard and a skull and a Confederate flag on a side of a van. All right, let's check this out.
Antichrist be walking among us right now. So get this, okay? There's this guy. He's born to an Egyptian father and an American mother. He was raised in the States. He's now living in England, but he claims that
dude got a he's got an airbrush lightning picture behind, like he just stepped out of a damn dimensional portal, and then he went to the carnival and got a airbrush made. He's gonna put that on the side of his van, dude.
He's the true successor to both Jesus and Muhammad somehow. Yes, you heard that correctly. He says that he's the rightful pope. He's the new Mahdi, and Christians on X are literally calling him the Antichrist. Just listen to...
He couldn't be much worse than Francis. He might actually be a better pope than Francis.
How he describes himself.
I am Abdullah, the successor of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the successor of the Comforter Ahmed, the successor of Simon Peter, the successor of Muhammad, the successor of Jesus Christ. I am the true and legitimate pope. I am the proof upon the Christians. I am the son of the Muslims through my father, and the son of the Christians and the Jews through my mother. I am the son of the East through my father, and the son of the West through my mother.
Pretty wild, right?
I like the idea that you can just kind of lay claim to an entire territory because your parents come from that territory. So can't I be the son of the West too? I mean, my parents are from the West, so does that make me the king of the West? I mean, it's kind of a loose, kind of a flimsy basis for this divine status, but let's see what else he says.
So in this video, we're going to figure out exactly who this guy is. I'm going to show you guys his background, unpack the crazy claims that he's making, and at the end, I'm going to tell you whether or not the Christians on X might actually be onto something with the whole Antichrist thing. So trust me, this one is going to be an absolute wild ride. Real quick, if you're new here, he was born in 1983. Abdullah comes from an interesting cultural mix. His dad's Egyptian and his mom's American.
Now, I mean, dude, this is like the weakest freaking psyop, dude. I mean, this just looks... Why is he wearing such a loose beanie? And then he's got his chick. Is that his girlfriend? Or who knows, right? She looks like I don't know. She looks like Nina Kuprianovna, right? I mean, she looks like Nina. But let's fast forward past a little bit of this. Let's see what's his story here.
Yes, that's a real title. And another popular series called The Arrivals, which racked up millions of views online. But the real turning point for this guy came...
Oh. So, wait, The Arrivals, remember that YouTube series that was popular that was so stupid? That was this guy?
About end times prophecies with titles like The Antichrist Dajjal is a reptilian shapeshifter. Yes, that's a real title.
Chitauri, human consciousness, 5 cents reality.
And another popular series called The Arrivals, which racked up millions of views online. But the real turning point for this guy came in 2008 when he moved to Cairo, Egypt, just in time to get involved with the 2011 Egyptian revolution. That was actually the year I got married. So Abdullah describes his experience as vivid.
Wait, is that Arab? This is Arab Spring, CIA funded Arab Spring. That's interesting. I wonder if he was on the side of the Arab Spring, because that would mean already, dude, you're sus, bro. I mean, look, we already know right away he's sus wearing that beanie and that. I mean, come on now. This is a damn. It looks like a creeper van, right? With airbrush on it, and you know when you see an 80s airbrush van, you're gonna see a wizard, you're gonna see a skull, you're gonna see a wolf howling at a moon. A planet. Yeah, look at that. I want an airbrush image and a horse running. I want an airbrush image that combines all of it. I want a skull riding on a horse, fighting a wolf, howling at a wizard inside of a Confederate flag. I want the whole thing, dude. Look at that. And I'm surprised there's not more like, bare-breasted wench maidens on the side of airbrush vans, but you don't actually see a lot of wenches. You see a lot of wizards and dudes. But here's the one with a breasty chick. What do y'all think about these vans? So this dude was like, for my Antichrist cathedral, he's over there cooking it up. He's like, I want a giant airbrush picture of me, dude. That's what I want. He's like, I know how to grab the youth. I can speak the language of the youth with a giant airbrush van, brah.
He is saying this. I was a youth who was on the front lines of the Egyptian revolution. I camped out in Tahrir
so he
Square.
was Arab Spring.
I was attacked by government agents and Egyptian police forces. I had dodged bullets and engaged in deadly battles, and I was arrested.
Okay, so this guy's coming out of the CIA promoted Arab Spring.
And tortured. Well, after this very dramatic period, Abdullah encountered a charismatic figure named Ahmed al-Hassan, an Iraqi Shia leader who claimed that he was the Yamani, a prophesied precursor to Islam's Messiah figure, the Mahdi. Okay, quick sidebar. The Mahdi in Islamic eschatology is a divinely guided leader expected to establish a kingdom of justice at the end of times. Okay, Abdullah became deeply convinced that Ahmed al-Hassan was the real deal, eventually announcing himself as Ahmed's appointed successor in 2015.
By the way, I mean, guys, Shia is crazy. I don't think I have to tell you guys this, but Shia Islam is absolutely nuts. And that doesn't mean that listen to this Zionist. Listen to this Zionist. He's a Zionist. No, dude. They're both crazy. Okay. But Shia Islam is an insane, crazy cult. I played you the Shia rave. I mean, anyway, it's just sad that these movements are so prone. And you get the same thing in Rabbinic Judaism where they are constantly plagued with Messiah claimants as well, right? So this is not unique to Islam with its false prophets, its Mahdi claimants or whatever. But there's just some really, really wild stuff in Shia. Not that there's not wild stuff in the Sunni stuff too. It's all just goofy, dude. But if you want to support the stream, you can do so through the link right there. Anyway, so how many? We got anybody in the audience convinced that Abdullah Hashem is the legit Mahdi.
taking on titles such as the second Mahdi and the riser of the family of Muhammad. Now, fast forward to today, and Abdullah, or Abba al-Sadiq, as he's now called, has formally established a religious group called the Ahmadi Religion of Peace and Light. They're a relatively small but international movement with followers spread across 40 different countries. They've launched satellite TV channels like Black Banners of the East and published their own scriptures, including Abdullah's recent release, The Mahdi's Manifesto, which lays out his vision for a divine just state.
He's a divine justice warrior. Of course, everyone in this audience already knows that there's an immediate disqualifier. Look, we need to start thinking about disqualifiers in religious argumentation and apologetics. What do I mean? I mean, there's certain things that are such a systemic level problem in your worldview or in your system that if you fall for them or if you are wrong on these points, your whole system is immediately disqualified. You're out. Strike three, dude. And I did a helpful video here that I've laid down, sort of laying out this whole point of the no new revelations, right? And it's just funny to me that here we have an Islamic iteration, and it would already be disqualified if we understood that Islam itself is disqualified because there's no new public divine revelations after the apostles died, right? And here is this video right there if you want to see how we can easily disqualify at a systemic level any cults, any groups, any systems that claim that there's new public divine revelations. Now, arguably, Roman Catholicism also could fit into this category because I recognize that Roman Catholics at least practically confess that public divine revelation ceased with the death of the apostles. But how many of us can testify to the fact that most Roman Catholics actually treat Fatima like new public divine revelation, don't they? And I started thinking about it. Is the papacy itself any different than new public ongoing divine revelation? I mean, the Pope speaks ex cathedra. He basically is in my view, kind of a cult leader. So no, I think that you could even extend this to the papacy itself. And again, I want to remind you that the reason I'm bringing up systemic disqualifiers, one of these examples would be the very thing that you see here again, where Taylor Marshall, for example, is in 2020 and in 2023 promoting the quote prophecy of quote blessed Anna Taigi that is equivalent to Tradcat QAnon, where the world is plunged into an apocalyptic chaos at the election of a new pope. These examples, as well as Marshall's vision of engorged milkers, demonstrate that Tradcats are in the exact same position as charismatics. Scam Shamu is a charismatic. They're all in the same boat of essentially promoting new public divine revelations, and thus every time their stupid fake prophecies don't come about, they're no different than the Jehovah's Witnesses who predicted the end of the world many times over and revised it. They're no different than Harold Camping, who predicted the end of the world many times over and would just revise it when it didn't happen. They're all in the same boat because they're all under the same delusions. They violate Deuteronomy 13 and 18's standards of if a prophet tells you a thing and it doesn't come true, you know not to listen to them. That's simple. How many Tradcats, how many Setas, including Most Holy Family Monastery and the quack kook cult groups, have said John Paul II, final Antichrist revealed. Francis, final Antichrist. And yet again, here the Tradcats are telling us the final Antichrist.
It's from earth, and it's the form of wars and revolutions. And then the other is from heaven, and it's the darkness that lasts 3 days. Nothing will be visible, and the air will have pestilence.
Literal
so something
Q-tard
is wrong
crap.
with the air. You can't see anything. And then she gives us this detail. Only blessed candles can be lighted and will afford illumination. So light bulbs aren't going to work. Your computer's not going to work. Your car is not going to work. Any of the man-made forms of light.
Right, but will the magical, mystical catnip, cat ass hair dust orbs floating around, will they still give us light? Can we get orb light during this 3 days of darkness, according to the charismatic Roman Catholics out there? Again, that's the pressing question, right? Well, turns out there is a solution. You need magic candles blessed by certain tradcat priests. Those are the only candles that will work during the 3 days of darkness that's coming because of the final papal election or whatever nonsense this is. Now, this is not just from Taylor Marshall. One of my former friends, many, many years ago, a tradcat. I heard this from a tradcat many years ago. The Great Chastisement. And there were tradcat priests back then in 2007, 8, pushing this very popular, I don't even know what you call it, private revelation, whatever that's supposed to mean, on the Roman Catholic world, and predicting all this sort of nonsense. And then when it doesn't happen, they just ignore it and move on, right? Just like Mary's statements at Fatima that the Immaculate Heart of Mary will convert Russia to her Immaculate Heart, which means that Russia will become Roman Catholic. And then when you point out that that hasn't and won't happen, oh, but you see it wasn't done right, right? The Pope didn't say the magic words right, and so he didn't obey Mary. Even though the Vatican has already said that they did do the request of Fatima multiple times over. Oh, but you see it's really a conspiracy because they didn't actually do the magic words right. And we've done many, many podcasts. If you guys remember, 3 or 4 years ago, right? The Tradcats went wild. Lofton, Marshall, all of them, because Francis was going to do the consecration of Russia the right way. And what did we tell you guys back then? Nothing, burger. Nothing's going to happen. It's a bunch of nonsense. And guess who was right? We were right. Did any of the Tradcats revise their bullcrap? Of course not. And if you doubt me on that, just remember. I mean, does no one have a memory 3 years ago? Pope Francis to consecrate Russia. Fatima, signs and wonders. What was this? 3 or 4 years ago. Let's see. March 23rd, 2022. 3 years ago. Did Francis do any of what all of the engorged milker proponents were telling you was going to happen? No. No. Georgie, $1. Have you ever considered Islamic Jesus, that he will cancel jizya, break the crosses, and fight against the Christians? Do you think this makes him Antichrist? Could be. Jasper Daddy Falcon. Are you familiar with Dr. Michael Heiser? Yes, he used to subscribe to my website for years. His book, The Unseen Realm, had me break free of low church Protestant nonsense. He passed away, I'm aware. Thank you. Orthodox Big Chunk is $5. This guy thinks he's the Mahdi. Dude needs to take a shower. Dude thinks he's in Dune. Yeah, he thinks he's the Kwisatz Haderach. Yeshua Bar, $5. Jay, can you make a video refuting Hinduism? What about Sadhguru? I mean, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future refutes Hinduism. And Tristan and I did multiple podcasts years ago about Sadhguru. The reason that we have too many people, what does he say? Too many feet? Too many feet. The reason that we have overpopulation is too many feet. I forget what it is. No, we have too much carbon footprint because too much feet. That's what it is. Austin Kyle, $10. Jay, I've been watching your videos for some time. I'm moved towards Orthodoxy. I come from a Southern Baptist background. What are good books to pick up to get into Orthodoxy? I have a reading list on my website, but I would say read Dr. Clark Carlton's series because those are directed against Protestants, Catholics, and non-believing peoples. All right, so guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats, either natively in YouTube or through Streamlabs. That's pinned in the chat. You can send me a Super Chat, and I'll read your comment or your question. So let's get back to Cameron's discussion of the latest, the new Antichrist drip drop. Now, you guys remember the vegans told us that Tristan was the Antichrist. Tristan Haggard was going to lead the final days Armageddon battle against the vegans. The carnivores were going to lead the battle. I'm not joking. There was vegans saying this recently against the vegans in this apocalyptic battle. And the main contender amongst the vegans for Antichrist was Tristan. So I'm going to have to get together an Antichrist creator clash where we have a squaring off blood sport debate between Abdullah Hashem and Tristana Haggard. Who will win? Who will win?
And to give you like a feel for what this guy believes about leadership, here's a quote directly from his manifesto. Quote, every town, county, city, state, country, every movement, revolution, community, and society needs a leader or else it is doomed to...
Damn, son, that's kind of... I like his the layout of his wisdom here. It's like, for every society needs a leader or it will fail. Like... This sounds like a paper a fifth grader was tasked with writing, right? I mean, it's like, this is so stupid. But you know what? It's so stupid, it'll probably actually like take off, right? Like the dumbest shit ever is what takes off and is successful if you haven't noticed. So actually, the fact that this is so dumb and so like, every town need a Weedle. I learned this on the front lines fighting Mohammed Hosni Mubarak. This is crazy. I wanted to see if I could find the vegan guy who says Tristan is the Antichrist. By the way, I'm not trying to be mean, because it's not like this guy actually believes this, right? And he believes this because I suspect more and more people are having mental issues in a very serious way. We have a lot of people who are on meds, and we don't even realize it. Let's try it this way. Oh, I thought we were gonna find it. Let's try vegan Antichrist and see if we can get this guy's videos. They're pretty funny. Dang it. I can't remember that guy's name, but it's a small vegan channel who does numerology. Shocker. And yeah, so Tristan Haggard is, let's see, let's try last time. Is the Antichrist. Because I really want to see the Mahdi square off against Tristan. Dang, dude. Maybe he left YouTube. I don't know. But, I mean, it's worth considering.
Fail. Without an adequate leader, the people are forced to choose between inadequate ones. Not exactly the most...
This is some high tier shit right here. Without a good leader, people must choose bad leaders.
Articulate leader, but he criticizes popular elections and democratic processes, arguing that true leaders are divinely chosen by God. Also the true successor of the Apostle Peter, and therefore the rightful pope. So in his own words, from...
He might went over some of the Sedevacantists. I mean, if you're a Sedevacantist, you got to realize that all the cardinals are ordained in the invalid new rite of ordination. So there's no way if you're a Sedevacantist to get a new pope, right? And this is where you get conclavism and a bunch of the other sects and cults that split off of the older generation Sedevacantists because they realize there is no way to get a pope without the Roman Curia. If there is no Roman Curia, then you conceivably would just have your Sedevacantist sect elect their own pope. And that's where you get some of these recent claimants like Pope Michael, who was living in Canada. Everybody remembers Pope Michael. He passed away a few years ago. The guy who had his papacy in his mom's attic. I'm not kidding. Like, he lived at home with his mom. They had an attic. upstairs, and that's where everybody called it the Attican instead of the Vatican because he lived in his mom's attic. And he would do his papal pronouncements. Now, you know how Francis would come out on the papal balcony and do his like blessings or whatever, and Pope Michael would be out on the his mom's porch in the swing, in the grandma swing on the porch, doing his papal blessings. Yeah, I'm not joking. There was y'all don't know about so some of the early Sedevacantists movements elected. It's called conclavism. They realized what today's low-tier, dumb Sedevacantists haven't figured out, which is that you're never going to have a pope without the Roman Curia. Because in canon law, the only person who can elect a pope is the Roman Curia, the cardinals. Well, all the cardinals are apostate Vatican II invalidly ordained people. I mean, do you guys not know that most Sedevacantists believe that the new rite of ordination is invalid? So everybody ordained after the new rite is invalid. They're not priests. They're not bishops. The last pre-new rite ordination cardinal died under Francis. So there's no valid cardinals if you're a strict Seda. I can't believe you guys don't know about Pope Michael. And I think Pope Michael died last year, didn't he? He still got his YouTube channel here. So let's watch his coronation here. Let's see what happens. Oh, this is his successor from a year ago when he died. So Pope Michael died, and now there's a Filipino dude who's standing up on the roof of a Mexican restaurant up there. There's a Mexican dude up on the Mexican restaurant. Pope Michael II. Oh, Pope Michael II, looks like he's down in the Philippines. Okay. So if y'all are looking for the true, real apostolic Sedevacantist triad church, there's only one, but it's in the Philippines. So you're going to have to make your way. I thought it was a Mexican restaurant. He's up there on top of the damn, that's actually a pretty decent sized building there. But we're not looking for Pope Michael II. We're looking for, Pope Michael I.
This is July the 16th, 1990, and Habemus Papam. We have a pope. Just elected was Michael I.
There you go. But I want to see the footage of him on his balcony. Here's the attic. Easter Message 2010. This is the Attican. Pope Michael's Easter Message 2010 from the attic of his mom's house.
This is the day the Lord has made. Let us be glad and rejoice in it.
We
have renounced Satan and professed our Catholic faith and obedience to Almighty God. Soon we shall end the fast of Lent. However, although the obligatory fasting ends, our detachment from the world must continue. Let us not return to the world and live as if we were pagans. Let us recall that the Roman Catechism tells us that the whole life of a Christian ought to be a perpetual penance.
I'm just trying to find the picture of him sitting on his mom's porch. Here we go. By the way, that's the new Vatican if you haven't seen it. That was my foot, by the way. I'm not farting. See? I got a sweaty, uncreative foot fart going. And thank you to Lauren Bass for this documentary right here. See, y'all thought I was joking about... No, he's on his grandmama's porch, dude.
Okay, this is the sitting room. This is where we relax in the evening.
This is the new Vatican sitting room right here. Right, Vatican in exile.
For our day's work, we might play a sermon over there on television or maybe even something entertaining. I don't know that I have to explain the kitchen too.
I didn't realize he was such a Southern man. This is a straight up Alabama boy. What's he doing in damn Canada with a damn Southern accent of that degree? So this here's I've started the new Southern Vatican. We are going to immediately disqualify any Yankee food from being kosher? From now on, only hush puppies, Diet Dr. Pepper, and Mountain Dew will be allowed in communion here under the southern papacy of Pope Michael II of Holy Alabama.
This is, of course, where we cook our meals. We both take turns cooking. You've actually made a video for YouTube right here.
Oh shit, on that damn stove? By the way, there's the new Vatican archives right there. So if y'all looking for the Vatican archives, this right there. Over here, this is a Meemaw's chapel. Saint Meemaw. What if we're all wrong and Pope Michael is actually literally the last actual pope? What if this was actually correct and we were wrong? I'd be like, damn, I was so wrong, dude. Pope Michael was legit. The whole world laughed, and we were wrong the entire time.
And this is our chapel in here. And this is where we do our best work. That is in prayer before Almighty God. Now, he's not a...
What's that? That's the guard dog. That's the... Look, at the Vatican, you got the Swiss guard right here. Here you got the puss guard outside the Vatican.
normal one that comes around here. But there's an ambulance 3 doors up a while back, and they feed cats. And I'm seeing those cats coming down here to eat. Don't you like what you've got there? Hello, I'm Pope Michael, and welcome to my home.
Poor guy, he's just a damn, autism man. That's all he is.
Myself, basically. That's a picture of one of my favorite saints, Saint Antoninus. He, like myself, trained himself. 3 priests came up from Mexico. They said, we are here to see Archbishop Lefebvre to ask him to work with us to elect a pope. So the seed was planted then.
All right. Well, I'm not finding him on his mama's porch. I think there's a picture of it.
This is July the 16th, 19...
Because he's been interviewed in the media many times, and he was churning out them videos 8 years ago, wasn't he? Anyway, do we have any Sedevacantis Pope Michael followers in the audience? Dang, dude. Pope Michael was just churning out the damn lectures and the sermons. He was hard at it in that tiny little Vatican. Anyway, that's Pope Michael. And let's get back to the Mahdi.
His manifesto, he says this, quote, "We are to the Muslim nation what the Pope is to Catholics, and what the Dalai Lama is to Tibetan Buddhists, and what the Messiah is to the Jews. The current..."
People are asking about the Palmyrian Church. Yes, I've known about the Palmyrian Church since 2007, and I've read pretty extensively about them. So, I'm very, very familiar with all this stuff. I used to be in the Tradcat world, man, throughout my 20s. I mean, I was never into Pope Michael. I just thought I always thought he was funny, but yes, I know of all the conclavists, all the different groups.
Pope is illegitimate, and the only true successors of the prophets and messengers are Abdullah, Ahmed, and Al-Mahdi. In other words, Abba al-Sadiq believes that he was explicitly named in a prophetic chain that stretches from Jesus to Muhammad, and then to his mentor, Ahmed al-Hassan, and then finally to himself. He argues that explicitly here. He says,
Jesus alayhi salam appointed his successor in his lifetime, and none has the right to appoint but him. He appointed Simon Peter when he said, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." So Jesus alayhi salam named the first of his successors, and he named the last as well, the Comforter. He said, therefore I'm sending you prophets and sages and teachers.
He's the one they call Dr.
Some of them you will kill
Feelgood.
and
He's the one that make you feel all right. Like, Muslims are so low tier, dude. They think the comforter is just some dude, right? It's just a dude. Oh, it says when the comforter comes. That's some dude. That's like Dr. Feelgood. Hey, man, I'm just here to show up, make y'all feel good, man. They call me the comforter, man. I'm here to make y'all feel good. Like it's just some dude. He's the one that call Dr. Feelgood. He's the one to make you feel all right. Al-Dorbana. $3. I'm watching interviews of surgeons and patients talking about NDEs, near-death experiences. Famous cardiac surgeon stories. It's very interesting. That would be interesting to watch. What are your views on these? I've never watched those. I don't know what to say on those videos. You should do a commentary on them. That would be interesting. He's the one they call Dr. Feelgood. I mean, imagine being so dumb that you think that the comforter is a dude, just some like future coming guy that you call the comforter, like Dr. Feelgood, or like, I mean, the very chapter where it discusses the comforter explains who it is. It's not some dude, man. It's not just a guy that shows up. Hey, I'm the comforter, man. I'm here trying to help y'all out. What's up? I'm here. I mean, to me, it's so dumb. Like I can't fathom how dumb the entire Islamic religion is. It's just supremely stupid. Even if you didn't believe in religion, like the whole religion is based on chopping up and misunderstanding the Bible. It's just insane. Even if you didn't believe the Bible, like that's still verifiably what's going on, right? Even if I didn't believe John 14, 15, 16, I could still tell you that in the passage, it's referring to the divine person, the Holy Spirit. It's not talking about some dude that shows up as a successor. It's just so stupid. It's amazing. Cards YT, $2. J unmute. I swear that I've seen this dude in TV shows. It'll probably come out this dude was an actor. Now, he was involved in the Arab Spring, according to his own testimony. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't some kind of actor or something. He does look kind of familiar. His voice sounds familiar, too. He kind of sounds like, I don't know, like I'm not trying to offend John Hears, but just making a joke here. He kind of sounds like John Hears a little bit.
Crucify. Others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town. He also said, because of this, God in his wisdom said, I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill and others they will persecute. Clearly, Jesus ﷺ spoke of prophets who would come after him, and he named the chief among them. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient, Jesus said, for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And there has never been a man in history who claimed to be that Comforter.
Hey, by the way, I think I might have solved the mute button problem because I'm not at my normal abode, and so I had to buy a different microphone, and this microphone has an easily accessible button. So it might work for me to just mute from the mic instead of having to click this stupid thing in OBS, which I always miss clicking it. So let's try. Maybe that'll work. I think it'll work. Let's try it that way.
Except the best of all prophets, the master of mankind, Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
Matthew McConaughey. It's Matthew McConaughey, dude. That's what he said.
He became the inheritor of the messengers, the successor to Jesus.
It's not a joke. I don't know what you guys are. This is an actual cult. Like, what do they call it? The religion of peace and light, or some gay ass name. The religion of peace and light. Give me a break.
And the father of mankind, the true pope.
So according to Abba al-Sadiq, Muhammad wasn't just a prophet. He was literally one of the popes after Peter. Let's just let that sink in for a second, okay? He claims that Muhammad inherited Peter's role, and thus all subsequent Islamic leaders inherited the papal authority that originated from Jesus.
London accent? Oh, maybe he's a British intelligence mind-controlled cult leader plant. I mean, if he's involved in the Arab Spring by his own admission, then it's entirely possible he's part of some cutout or like an NGO, like, you know, maybe he was an intelligence operative in an NGO and he's gone crazy. David M. Pena, $5. People are so weird. The Pope could be your neighbor. Apparently Muhammad was a pope, which I just learned today. I've got like multiple histories of the papacy, like academic books on the history of the papacy, and never realized this entire time that Muhammad was one of the popes.
Now keep in mind that
imagine being this dumb, right? I mean, it's just like, dude, like, people are so uneducated, and it's just sad that people can't use basic critical thinking skills to reason. Like, it should be obvious. Just looking at this dude with his whole airbrushed. By the way, it looks at, if you watch the full picture, there's another picture of him being interviewed. You can't really see it in this video, but there's another picture where it's all lit up and you can see his chapel. I don't know what he's got. It actually looks like a cross between a synagogue, an Orthodox church, and a pagan temple. It looks really weird.
Pope Francis,
because he's got like a giant bust that looks like a Caesar. I'll show you another picture. You can't really see it in this video, but you'll see what I mean.
Recently passed away, okay? And Abba al-Sadiq wasted no time capitalizing on this tragic event, okay? In a video addressed specifically to Christians, he made a shocking declaration about the papal throne.
The earth swallowed the false pope. He was killed by the mere breath of the believers chanting, Labbaik ya Abba Sadiq.
The bacon is now solid. 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 See right there, you can kind of see his setup here. Let me zoom in on it for you. So he's got like a bust of, I can't tell what it is. It looks like Caesar, but I'm sure it's some like Muhammad or something. Who knows what it is? Can't really tell. Maybe it's supposed to be him, right? And then he's got like, it looks like an iconostasis. That's the crazy part, with like neon lights above the iconostasis. Isn't that weird?
And the throne of falsehood was shaken. This miracle is no less significant than the one which occurred at the hands of the believers with Joshua, the son of Nun, alayhi salam, when their mere presence around the walls of Jericho and the sound.
Oh, damn, dude. These guys chanted and took out Francis. I wonder what they charge for chants. Because I got some people I'd like them to chant at. Chant the bacon is now solid at some people I don't like. I'm going to have to reach out to the Mahdi and be like, hey, dude, I got a little bit of Bitcoin I might donate if I could get y'all to chant at some of the people I don't care for. The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. By the way, what do y'all think of that? That dumb picture of him doesn't even look like him. The picture looks like DJ Khaled, dude. Dude, what if DJ Khaled is the Mahdi, bro? Dude, that picture on the back is DJ Khaled. Look at that, dude. Let's see if we can find DJ Khaled in a hoodie. The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. This says in a beanie. DJ Khaled in a beanie. DJ Khaled in a beanie, baby. Oh, shit. Look at that. There we go. It's DJ Khaled. Dude, the bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. Look at that right there. And then look at this dude on the wall. That's DJ Khaled, dude. The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid.
Sounds of their horns caused the mighty walls to collapse.
Yeah, so he claims that the death of Pope Francis was literally caused by his own followers' protests and prayers.
Can you prove it wasn't? Exactly. Didn't think so, all you papists. I want one papist to lay out one piece of evidential proof, since y'all's a bunch of evidentialists. Proof that his chant didn't kill Pope Francis. Boom, baby.
To sum it up very clearly, Abba al-Sadiq believes at least 4 things. He's the Mahdi, an end times Islamic figure prophesied to restore justice. Number 2, he's the rightful Pope, having inherited a...
Wait a minute, I just thought of something though. To restore justice. How do we know justice isn't a dude? The Comforter is just a dude. If he's going to restore justice, maybe we're just waiting on justice to show up. And justice is the successor to Muhammad what's his name? Abdullah Hashem. Hey, justice, where you at? Where's justice at?
Authority directly from Peter through Muhammad somehow. 3, the current papacy, especially now after Pope Francis' death, is illegitimate and divinely rejected. And then 4, he's here to establish a global state ruled directly by God through him, fulfilling both Christian and Islamic end times.
The bacon is now solid.
And again,
the
these
bacon
are his
is now
claims,
solid.
okay? They're not mine, and believe me, I'm itching to address how biblically and historically wild these assertions are. But first,
wait a minute though. But again, evidentialist papists, how are you going to prove that his chanting didn't kill Francis? You can't. Oh, then it's possible. Well, if it's possible, then I guess now the signs and the wonders tell us that we got to go with the Mahdi, dude. On your epistemic grounds, papists.
Properly evaluate whether or not he is the Antichrist or just another misguided cult leader, we have to understand what the Bible actually says about the Antichrist. First, let's get clear on...
All right. We are going to move on. We know what the Antichrist text in the Bible say. Is that everything from Mahdi, what's his name? Now let me show you the full picture of his room. His little... And by the way, the other thing that I thought was funny, I went and watched some of his videos today. A lot of cult leaders, if you notice, they kind of act like... This is especially true with Osho, right? Cult leaders are always acting freaking high as hell, dude. They're always just like, you ask them a question and then they're just like, we must do the right thing, right? He's like, let me show you. He's about to fall over. Let's see. I watched a video of him addressing LGBTQs. Where's that at? I like how every one of his videos is a fundraiser. Like, why is every video of his a fundraiser? I know I saw a video on here about addressing LGBTQ. Where's it at? All right, let me try it this way. Oh, here it is. All right, check this out.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi.
All right, so we got Mindy Kaling over here doing an interview with him, right?
Barakatuhu, dear crime of the family of Muhammad Abu Sadiq.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my dear sister and companion Alia.
Thank you, my dear sister. He's talking like David Blaine over here. David Blaine's always talking like he's pilled out, like he could barely even just open his eyes, right?
Thank you very, very much for the honor of sitting with me and Dr. Irfan today.
God bless you guys. The honor is all mine. Thank you for having me.
Abu Sadiq, we have this very fascinating phenomenon that is taking place right now in this dawah, in the call of Imam al-Mahdi. We know that you have been extraordinarily generous. You have opened your doors to each and every person out there, inviting them to this covenant.
What do y'all think of the aesthetics of his neon chapel there? He's got some, I thought that was neon, but he's actually got some, he's blocking out the light, and then he's got neon above the podium, and then he's got his iconostasis behind him.
Inviting them to this call as the leader of the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, as the representative of God on earth today.
Dude, he just wants to touch the butts of the brown chicks. That's it. Like, I can't, like, people just try to, oh, mysticism, oh, I got to figure it out. Dude, he's just trying to get with her and that other chick in the other video. That's it, man. You're overthinking it.
And we are witnessing.
All the cult leaders are just trying to touch butts, and it's their game, dude. They don't, when he was a revolutionary Arab Spring activist, you're not getting a lot of game. You're not getting a lot of play with that. You could get a lot more play if you're a divinely appointed messenger, dude. Duh.
Certain people having these questions regarding certain groups of people, and I'm referring here specifically to the LGBTQ community. There are those out there who are questioning the fact that we do not openly condemn them or actively reject them in this call. There hasn't been no statement saying that they are not invited to the call or that they are condemned. And we would like to discuss that with you and see what it is that the comment on that would be.
What is that bust there? It looks like, I can't make it out. It looks like a weird, like a Western, like a accountant or something, like a dude that's going to do your taxes. He's got glasses. It's like a bust of a dude that's like a boomer that's going to do your taxes. All right. I thought it was like Caesar, but upon reflection, it looks more like an accountant.
Yeah.
So here's your genius, divinely appointed messenger here.
Yeah. So,
that would be.
Yeah. So, I think I would initially disagree with your opening statement, where you said that I was generous for opening my door to all people. I think that God's door is automatically open for all people.
Whoa, super deep, dude. And why does he not move? It's like dude's like frozen, right? Dude, he can't move. It's like somebody said, tag, you're it. You got to freeze. And like, dude still thinks he can't move, man. You can move. Just because somebody tags you doesn't mean you can't move, man. It's just a game, dude.
I think the mere existence of a creature on the face of the planet with God-given life and the ability to breathe and think and act and have...
Oh, that was really profound. Remember Osho when he was like stoned? And he was sitting there talking, and he was like, I am drunk right now. Now, you can't play a lot of these because they'll get you, they'll tag you, right?
Man, I am drunk.
That's what I'm talking about. That's my kind of cult leader. I am so drunk right now. Man, I am drunk, dude. Dude, I am so drunk right now. All right. Moving on. That's what we got going on there. Now, if y'all didn't know, in terms of Jeff Stein McEffrey, Virginia Giuffre passed away. Apparently from the S word, self-unaliving. And she was the Jeff Stein McEffrey survivor, and she claimed a few years ago that she was not going to engage in unaliving, and now there apparently has occurred an unaliving event. So I don't know the details, but it is obviously suspicious, and I think no one is really surprised. I don't think anybody believes that Jeff Stein McEffrey unalived himself. Whether you believe he was taken care of or whether you believe he was spirited away, whatever you think, it's kind of obvious, right? And so we have one of the last Jeff Stein McGeffrey, or one of the most important Jeff Stein McGeffrey survivors, is no longer with us, and she said it would happen. So there's that. I'm not going to play all this comment, but or all this video, but Sean and Lionel did cover this, so you can check that out there. We're not going to be listening to no indie pop music right now. We're not going to be listening to shitty music, although I do have a nice collection of shitty music I might play you in a minute. But next, I did want to talk about a little bit of this, because apparently Sargon did a Why I'm Not a Christian like Bertrand Russell, right? So the famous essay, Bertrand Russell, right? Why I'm Not a Christian. So I guess Sargon is kind of doing a play on that. So, and I've only heard Jim Bob reference a couple of Sargon's points, so I don't actually know the reasons that Sargon gives, but from the couple of points that I heard Jim Bob critiquing, they're not very high tier. And I don't have anything against Sargon. I've never talked to him. I'm sure he's a wonderful chap to converse with. A lot of these kinds of media talker, yapper people are not very sophisticated when it comes to the topics that we talk about and discuss. I think everybody knows this, right? So, maybe he's on a journey towards the right religion. We'll see. Let's hear some of his reasons. And I couldn't find a good boil down, so I don't know how far into this or what, but let's hear some of the reasons.
How have you been?
Really well. Really, I'm busy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen you've been very, very busy with.
But otherwise, very good. Thanks.
Good stuff. Now, this conversation, I wanted to center it all around atheism, theology in the modern world now, and I wanted to get your views on lots of different topics within the topic of theology. Would you say that you're on a type of spiritual journey at the minute, or are you not? Are you still an atheist? I believe you were involved somewhat in some conversations around theological topics online and debates. Has your view changed over the years?
So I used to be a new atheist by default, basically. I liked watching Christopher Hitchens videos online, like everyone else. And I'd not been raised in a religious society, so I was just a materialist, just like everyone else. And I don't think that's great. I think there are problems that arise from this, because I think that man is a spiritual animal, whether he likes it or not, right?
Well, I'm interested to know, what does that mean if you're no longer a materialist and man is a, quote, spiritual animal? I don't know what that means. But I think a lot of people who were into the fads and the phases of new atheism and all that kind of stuff when it was popping off, in the 2000s, and T.J. Kirk had his, what was his channel? Matt Dillahunty's was Atheist Experience, whatever. And I think a lot of people eventually kind of evolved past that, to use their terminology, their magical phraseology, because you see that it's pretty low tier, it's pretty empty, it's pretty unsatisfying, and it's actually pretty philosophically weak and indefensible. I think when you're first presented with critiques of religion, especially of low-tier evangelical stuff or very emotional Pentecostal charismatic stuff, and you see that they don't have very good responses, right? The same way that, say, Muslims, like Muslim Lantern, right, goes and debates all the worst evangelicals, then it makes it look like, right, Christianity is just an idiot religion, as if there aren't good representatives or actually competent people who could defend the positions. Same type of strategy that you see Ben Shapiro doing for years, going and debating purple-haired freaks that are 20 years old on a college campus and can't answer or give a sentence without contradicting within a minute, right? All that kind of low-hanging fruit stuff, it can work to build an audience, But over time, people grow out of it. They move on because they realize and they encounter better answers, better positions, more fleshed out philosophical discourse, actual academic responses from academic Christians, Dr. Branson, right? People like that, who can actually defend monarchical Trinitarianism against a Muslim, whereas Muslims are used to debating, just garbage tier evangelicals who couldn't even defend the Trinity on a most basic level. So it's good that Sargon has moved out of that 2008 shit tier stuff, but almost everyone has, right? I mean, there's just not a lot of that left nowadays, of that, Fedora 2008, 2005 atheism stuff anymore.
But the thing is, the thesis of materialism is very persuasive. As in, if the universe is just atoms and void, and it mechanically moves on itself to produce certain predictable outcomes, then if that's all that there is, then everything spiritual is essentially nonsense from the word go. And the progress of science kind of implies that, yeah, that is all that there is. And so the more science advances, the more almost ridiculous the spiritual component of human life looks, because the magic in the universe was there to explain things that we didn't have answers to. Why does the sun travel across the sky? Well, Helios and his sun chariot brings it across.
Well, this is also just a very normie take. Again, I would kind of expect a little more philosophical depth from Sargon, because I do think Sargon's an intelligent guy. It's just the problem with a lot of the public domain yapper people that have been talking head yappers for 20, 15 years, whatever. They just don't know anything about philosophy. They're not able to answer or even ask. They're not even aware of the questions, right? Like, for example, science works on principles that are not under the purview of the scientific method. You can't put those under a microscope. You can't measure them. You can't bend them. You can't trap them in a mouse trap. Where are they? What are they? How are they? And how do we know that they are? Those are all valid questions, unless you just want to ignore them, which many normies do. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we don't ask those questions anymore because it's useless and it's a problem for my position. So moving out of that domain into asking those kinds of questions might be a step in the direction that he needs to go. But I don't even think that Sargon's aware of those questions. Although at one point he'll actually start, in the Jim Bob clip I heard, like he starts talking about arguments of philosophy and transcendent. I don't know if he knows, I can't tell if he's referencing the transcendental argument or if he's referencing just the idea of the transcendent. I'm not sure.
And so every single day the sun rises and the seasons change, and the predictable patterns of life are explained with a story that doesn't describe what is actually happening. Science actually seems to describe what is actually happening.
This is interesting because, it's kind of basic that science and the scientific method do, in a very limited way, describe how things occur. But by definition, it can't tell you why, and it can't give you value judgments. So every time that he or anyone else talks about progress, scientific progress, you need a scale, a value judgment. That's where you get oughts from. That's where you get better, worst. And science as a discipline cannot tell you value judgments because it can't tell you anything beyond a limited scope of how things happen. It can never tell you why things happen.
And in doing so, the demystification of the universe around us strips away the spiritual.
And by the way, I mean why at a big scale, right? I'm not saying why at a small causal scale, right? Like, well, why did billiard ball B move when billiard ball A hit it? Because of cause and effect, that's why. No, I'm saying that why is there causality at all? Why is there anything at all? Like those kinds of bigger scale philosophical questions, by the very definition and limitations of science and the scientific method, cannot be answered by something that it'd be like saying, why can't the screwdriver, make the rocket fly? Well, the screwdriver is not made to do that. It's limited in what it can do. It's not the thing that makes a rocket fly. It might be involved, but it's not able to do that. It's just a screwdriver. So likewise, the scientific method is a method for studying and understanding and manipulating the natural world. That's really all it can do. It can't tell you what happened 10,000 years ago. It can't tell you 11 million years ago. It can't tell you any of that. It can't tell you the future. You can theorize and try to back up those theories with interpreting the present day data. But by definition, there's no empirical sense data of the past, much less a million years ago.
If it's all just atoms and void moving on one another, then there isn't any room for God in this. And the persuasive power of science is found in the technological progress that we find ourselves with. The fact that we can sit here and do this is in some way a kind of proof that there's no God.
That's so low tier. So because you can do things with science and tech, and because deities used to be a primitive form of science in the ancient world, is what he's trying to argue, then we don't need the deities and the explanations because we can do stuff. But doing stuff doesn't tell you why it's possible to do stuff, right? So I think Sargon has not really thought about or encountered meta level questions, paradigm level questions, presuppositional level questions. Because if he did, he would realize that the scientific method cannot tell you why the scientific method works, why it's reliable, or why anything is knowable or reliable.
To the materialist perspective. And
also it would demonstrate that if materialism is true, science is impossible. Yes, you heard me right. If materialism is true, science is impossible. Because there is no such thing as scientia, which is the word knowledge, coming to know things or to have knowledge of the world, to have an understanding of basic principles and laws of nature. Because in a disteleological universe, there are no laws. If everything is accidental, then nothing is law-like, you see. And there is not justifiable knowledge in an absolutely chaotic, disteleological, accidentalism-based worldview, right? That's what we just saw as I tried for 2 hours to explain, or at least the second half of the debate, with Fabian Liberty the other day, right? If everything is accidental, disteleological, just chaos, then all of the particulars, even you as an individual, even though you think there's meaning and there's order in your subjective, minuscule, grand picture perspective, in reality, that's not the case. In reality, that's also meaningless. It just appears meaningful to you. But in the grand scheme, if all reality at mega scale is accidentalism, chaos, and meaninglessness and nihilism, then you are also by necessity, as a particular within that big scope, a nihilistic, meaningless sack of meat. And you will dissolve into the void, and nothing you've done has any meaning, and it doesn't matter anyway. And so thus, science is also part of this illusion that we are actually doing anything, accomplishing anything, or that anything is meaningful. But I don't think Sargon, and I'm not trying to be rude or sassy, because, I mean, I was wanting to debate Sargon back when Spencer debated Sargon on Andy Worski Live. Okay, I wanted the next debate with Sargon. I was trying to get it, but of course he didn't want to do it. So, and he may have just thought that, oh, he's too, small channel or whatever. But the thing is, I was co-hosting with Worski around that time, right? So even if I didn't have a huge channel, like I could have still said, well, but I'm on Worski, so why don't you debate me as his co-host? Nick, $5.07. What about those more gold bars in the background than Fort Knox? That's funny. I would imagine those are chocolate. They're gold-covered chocolate bars is what those are. Let's see. Sincere Hypocrite, what's up? Became a member for 3 months. I wonder if Sargon has a reaction to do what that he has it has to do with Western Christianity creating dialectical tensions between spirituality and the material world. Yes, he seems smart, but he operates on classical foundations, of course, right? So Sargon is a classical liberal. And as I understand, he's sort of moved in his process of thinking from what I've seen in the debates on the quote debates, the tweet debates with him and James Lindsay on Twitter. Sargon seems to move in the direction of like Nietzscheanism and sort of he doesn't like immigration, this kind of stuff, like in a more of a quote right perspective. But at the same time, he's coming out of the classical liberal ethos, right? If you remember back when he debated Spencer, it was about classical liberalism's limitations and people groups, shall we say. And I do not believe that Sargon won that debate. I think that he did not win that debate. However, nowadays it seems that perhaps Sargon has maybe not moved all the way in that position as his opponent there, but at least in the position of being opposed to, Keir Starmer's Fabian socialism and the, extreme social degradation that results from Fabian socialism, as we've been pointing out for many, many years. And again, if you don't know that, Keir Starmer is openly a Fabian socialist. So why is Islam everywhere in the UK? Because the Fabian socialists for 100 years plus have promoted that. That's why. Why would they do that? To destroy Western civilization. What do you think? Like, it's like people, why would they do that? Maybe because if you'd listened to me for the last 10 years, you would know why. Because I've been talking about this stuff for a long time. Let's get back to Sargon.
Having been raised as a materialist, it's hard to feel spiritual, right? This the sort of whatever organ in the human soul, in the body that it controls the sort of the spiritual feeling that one has, is at best deeply atrophied for me.
Jourdain, $10. This is off topic, but Sam the Orb Oracle has already said Dr. Joshua is a heretic because he's converted to Orthodoxy, because he said that you can predicate the Trinity as three, quote, gods or beings, that it's ipso facto heretical. Well, I mean, there's confusion over language here because I don't know all of Dr. Joshua's positions, and I think Dr. Branson isn't on board with that per se. But I mean, the Nicene Creed says God from God, and it looks like there the word God is picking out person from person. So it just really it depends on what you think the words are picking out, right? And I think the main issue with Dr. Joshua, according to what I'm told, I haven't seen Dr. Joshua since he argued with Jake, right? So he did a debate with Jake years ago, and I remember that debate, but Dr. Joshua was at that time Roman Catholic, and he's now been received into the Orthodox Church. So I know Dr. Joshua is, at least basically speaking, a monarchical Trinitarian. And so this came up on Twitter, and that's why I shared this again for those that are interested. So here is an article I wrote some years ago about how the Cappadocians use the terminology that the Father is the one arche. That's monoarche. That's where monarch comes from. Monoarche, the one cause in the triad. And if you're Orthodox, this really shouldn't be even controversial, right? So this is my article that's kind of just cites a lot of Orthodox church fathers, Photius, and others, Palamos, other theologians talking about that we're not we don't believe in a Western Latin equalitarian triad. Right. That's why they're not very good at responding to the Muslims, because Muslims will say, who Jesus pray to? Who Jesus pray to? Well, he's praying to God the Father. 1 Corinthians says, for us, there is one God, the Father. The Creed says, I believe in one God, the Father. The one God, according to the Cappadocians, first and foremost picks out the hypostasis of the Father, who is the one cause, fount, and arche. And this is shouldn't even be questionable in Orthodoxy. It's like basic, super basic Cappadocian theology. And I cite everything from Cappadocians to Basil to Florovsky to Losky to John Damascus. I mean, I go through tons and tons of St. Gregory Nazianzus, tons and tons of just basically, this is basically just a florigelium, right? It's not even really me even writing an article. It's just a collection of quotes on the topic is really what this is, from Orthodox saints, writers, etc. It's weird to me that anyone even really has an issue with this. It's such a fundamental, basic kind of mistake that people make. And I don't know Dr. Joshua's position, so I can't speak to him. I haven't heard or affirmed or verified what he thinks. But what people were saying on Twitter was, oh, he says that the word Yahweh just picks out God the Father. Okay, but I mean, that's not necessarily denying the full divinity of the Son, right? And so a lot of times people hear monarchical Trinitarianism, they get all tripped up and they think that it's some form of subordinationism. Well, if you mean in the sense of role, yeah, the Father has the role of being the one cause, the one arche, the one fount, the one principle. The Son does not have that role. He is from the Father, eternally from the Father. The Son eternally has his source and his existence from the Father. So he depends on the Father. Okay? That's basic Nicene Christianity. That's what the original Nicene Creed at Nicaea talks about. The Son eternally generates the entirety of, or excuse me, the Father eternally generates the entirety of the Son. And so the first thing to understand is that generation is from the Father's essence. It is not from the essence proper, because that would mean that all the persons generate the Son, because they all share the same essence. But no, the Son is eternally begotten of the Father's essence. Now, for those that are interested in a more specific lecture series, Dr. Branson, who did his PhD on the Cappadocians, he is the Orthodox expert on the Cappadocians, did his lecture series many years ago that I recommend right here on the monarchia of the Father. And it's not even really controversial when you believe and understand Orthodox theology. So people need to go work their way through this and stop listening to people that think that dust balls are signs of divine guidance and providence. And, you know, I'm sorry that Scam Shamoon has become what he is. So I think he's an absolute lunatic and people should absolutely avoid him. And if you don't see and have the discernment at this point to figure that out, then be my guest and go follow his crazy nonsense, because you're not going to have the discernment to follow along with what we talk about, right? All right, where were we? I got that. Oh, Carl Benjamin. I got that super chat about but I'm happy to see Dr. Joshua coming into Orthodoxy. And look, hey, if he's coming into Orthodoxy, I feel confident that whatever Trinitarian issues, I don't even know that there is one. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe this is all just made up internet drama because I haven't followed it or seen his stuff. If there is something that he's got wrong, well, he's making the right move to move into Orthodoxy, and I'm sure that God will sort it out. Coup de Gras became a member. Ostin became a member. Justin Henley, what's up, man? What that is? Schmeven Schmirk, $20. Jay, I will be inside of an orb tonight. Please pray for me. The Sphere in Las Vegas. I'm going to a concert to watch Dead & Co. with my wife and my Zoomer Deadhead son and my Zoomer Deadhead daughter. Rock and roll is making a comeback with Gen Z. Well, you better not get imprisoned inside of a Yakubian prison orb, because that's where I was put for about 20 years on Tatooine, and I just got out. Malin Keisner became a member for a month. Christ has risen. Happy to see you here. What's up, man? Ian Johnson, $5. Comments like Carl Benjamin said, the spiritual organ of the soul. maybe makes me think that he's seen some of your stuff. Could be. I think a lot of people too that are not really, familiar with the subject matter and the topics, when they hear me talk about something like the transcendental argument, they'll start hearing, other uses of the term and think it's the same thing, right? Like we had some people who were critical of us some years back that thought that the transcendental argument was like American transcendentalism, like, Henry Thoreau and Walden. Like, they're so stupid that they didn't even know the difference between these things, right? They word concept fallacy. So, and I'm not trying to be rude to Carl Benjamin. I mean, I don't have anything against him. I think, it'd be great if he becomes Orthodox, but, we're just dealing with people who don't know anything about philosophical discourse. Jourdain, $10. Thank you for answering. I think this is just Scam Shamu being slimy because he's been online for years, and as soon as he leaves Rome for Orthodoxy, he becomes a heretic. The guys who are attacking him are ecumenists. Yeah, I mean, Scam Shamu is the actual heretic here. H. Brazzi, $10. By the way, Kai and I are going to be doing a pretty lengthy refutation of Scam Shamu tomorrow. H. Brazzi, $10. Slowboy Whiteberg can confirm this. I was cooking all of the Brazilian spurgs in the Catholic chat during the Backlash appearance. Oh, when I was on with the Tradcats, yeah. They kept accusing you of being scared to talk about things. Yeah, that's all they had. Like, they don't have anything on me other than stuff that's not even true. But look, man, if people want to be dummies, eventually you start to realize, like, if people want to fail and they want to be dum-dums, they can go do that. I'm not going to waste my time and energy for people who actually need what we talk about. And if they don't see that and can't see that, that's not my problem. Susie Hickson, $5. This has made my day. I badly need your laughs. Thank you, Jay, in the chat. Well, thank you, Susie Hickson. You are a new super chat. I don't recognize you. Welcome to the Jim Jones cult over here. I love audio, $10. Where is your afterlife Funko Pop? That is an interesting question. I don't know what it means, but I like it. I, me, mine, $2. The cult of the toque. They're all wearing one. Cards. Oh, wait, he said unmute. We saw that. MKG, 7 Canadian. This Mahdi cult leader is perfect for TikTok, just based on the way that he speaks. I wonder if he will pop off harder than Billy Carson's alien crystal content. Dude, probably. I mean, TikTok is just like you're right. It's the perfect venue for micro cults. Nathan Slippy, we need Pope Randy Balls. That's a good idea. Publius, have you seen the Palmyran Catholic Church? I have. Known about it for many, many years, all the way back to 2007, I think. John Zimmer, $15. Here's to show good faith that so-called elites, that is us, quote, people's class, a 99% reduction in P from y'all, and then we'll go from there. I don't know what that means, but thank you, John. Kevin, $2. What's up? War Thunderers, $10. The Mahdi claimant is funded by London. Oh, interesting. He promotes Skittles, Gnosticism, esotericism. Oh, I'm not surprised about that, but War Thunderer, can you demonstrate or show me where or how that he's funded by London? I don't doubt you. I just always like to see and would like to document it. Jordan Deerdorf, Jay, we need a Jay and Candace show or a Jay and Ian Carroll show. Petition them with me. Well, like I told you guys, any show that you want me on, if you go mention it, then it starts to stick in their heads. And I think that, to remind you guys, we have multiple big interviews and big podcasts coming up in the next month. This is going to be a huge month, possibly our biggest month. We have Ruslan. We have Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan Monday. I forgot. Let me rephrase that. I'm trying to think of it in order. Monday, Piers Morgan. This is supposed to happen. Cross your fingers, right? Monday, Piers Morgan. Panel. So we'll see I don't know who's on the panel. It's going to be interesting. And, I gotta play it cool and, do it just right. You know what I mean? Cause I gotta be sassy, but I gotta also, be cool. Cause number one, we don't want to anger Piers, but we also want to have the right degree of sass to make the panel discussion clickable. Do you understand? So we got to see how that's. I got to play it right. Y'all pray for me to play it right. I gotta sail between Scylla and Charybdis on Piers. Okay. Then we got Ruslan. I don't know how Ruslan wants to set it up. I don't know if it's going to be me and him just chatting. He might throw a curveball and bring somebody in. You know what I mean? I don't know what to expect. I might show up and what if Gavin Ortland shows up? I don't think that'll happen because I think Gavin Ortland is I would never I think he's one of those, I don't want anything to do with that Dyer person. He's so evil, right? I think he's one of those. I'm not sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if I walk in there and we got a curveball. But even if so, I'm not worried about it. I'm happy to pop on there and, if Gavin Ortland's there, that's fine. And it may just be me and Ruslan talking about who knows what. Then we got Tripoli. We may have Jamie Kennedy podcasts again. Then we got whatever podcast, me and Jim Bob debating Not So Erudite and then the chicks or whatever. Okay. Then we got Hodge. Okay. Then we got me versus Apostate Prophet. I'm going to debate Ridvan. I'm debating Ridvan on Western intelligence funding for ISN Al-Qaeda. Okay. Then we got the Timcast debate. Okay. Me versus Tim Gordon versus Lore Lodge, the Freemason Methodist Protestant. I kid you not. Okay. We got this is the next 6 weeks is going to be just jam-packed, bro. But guys, keep in mind, AP is also debating Andrew in a few days. Actually, let's see when that is for those that don't know. Everybody is asking me, "Are you debating AP on Zionism?" No, that's him and Andrew's debate. I'm debating him on specifically the question of Western intelligence funding for IS and Al-Qaeda. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I know that very well. I have all the books. Somebody said, "Oh, you got to get..." By the way, whoever recommended the Max Blumenthal book, I appreciate it. I actually got it. I'm several chapters into it. It is really good. And it does have a lot of details that the other books in that domain that I've read, Mark Curtis's book, Dreyfus's book, Gould and Fitzgerald's book, this is just more ammo, more stuff that's going to be great. So I'm really happy that somebody actually finally was willing to debate a geopolitical, CIA type of topic. It's like, good grief, dude. I've been wanting to debate that for years. And I've been debating, goober Muslims for 7 years. And I'm just thankful. I'm happy. Finally, somebody's going to debate me on something other than this, freaking Islamic dilemma and all this just goober nonsense, man. I'm so tired of the atheist debates. I'm so tired of Muslim debates. Like, I'll still do it, but it gets old, dude. Imagine debating. I've been debating the atheist positions since 2000. So I got into tag and precept in 2000, 99, 2000. It was like 25 years of atheist debates, dude. Ugh. And I've never heard an atheist debate or argument any different than what I heard 25 years ago, right? Now, let's see. I know he put up, by the way, the Crucible also put up this thing of where they had their meltdown on the Crucible. I don't know if you guys saw this, but
that actually does act.
Scam Shamu and Leather Daddy Albrecht had a meltdown on the Crucible, which was pretty amusing. So you can check that meltdown out right here if you want to go watch that. Every time I want to put a link is precisely when the stupid thing freezes up. So there we go. Here's their meltdown when Andrew made fun of them. But let's see. I know they had a page up for. Here we go. Here it is right here. So the debate is 2 days from now. And that's going to be a big one. I think they're doing it at a university, aren't they? Yeah, University of North Carolina. So there's the link for that debate right there. Now somebody said, did you prep Andrew? I'm not directly prepping Andrew. I talked to Andrew a little bit about it because I pointed out like what AP's position is going to be in terms of modern geopolitical nation state of Israel. I don't know exactly how far they're going to go into theology. So your question, Jourdain says, have you prepped Andrew for that debate scripturally? AP works with David Wood, and that will put him at a disadvantage. I think Posh is doing more of the prepping in this regard, but I have talked some to Posh. But I don't really know what what am I trying to say here? I don't see what even David Wood could bring to the table that would in any way defend biblically Zionism. I mean, it's just kind of silly, honestly. Ian Scott, $5. What is going on with that 03OG guy on Instagram? He's trying to constantly call you out. I don't even know who that is. 03OG on Instagram. What is that? 03OG? 03 03 and then an O. Let's see, 0 lessons. Are you talking about this? So some dude with 2,000 followers. Is that what you're talking about? Calling me out? I don't even see anything about me on here. This dude's talking about the Zero Report with like a couple dozen followers. I have no idea what this even is, man. Is that what you're talking about? Guys, there's nothing more annoying. I'm not trying to be mean to the super chatter, but it's like when you guys ask me about like rando people, did you know that the guy with 500 followers says that you're dumb? Like, there's no need to inform me of this. I do not care. It's literally just a giant distraction to what I'm usually involved in when people feel the need to message me about randos talking crap on whatever. Like, it's totally not worth anyone's time. So if you want to comment in the chat, Ian Scott, as to who this is, this guy doesn't even follow me. I don't even know who he is or what this is. What does he even call me out about? Usually when people like try to call me out on Instagram, not always, but usually they usually tag me, but I've never seen or heard of this dude. So like, did you hear what rando dude on Twitter said about you? He said you're dumb. Oh my gosh. Like, my view is, like, we always open it up. If people have an actual disagreement that they want to address, they can come call in. And we've done open call-ins now for 7 years on Twitter. 7 years. So, like, if they don't call in, I don't care. Let's see what we got. I always forget there's two different super chat outlets here. Vlad is mad, $10. Have you tried to reach out to Need God? Yes, he will not debate. So again, all the guys that needgod.net says he doesn't do debates. Rigavech, $3. This is amazing. I'm happy to see you getting out there on mainstream outlets. You deserve it. It's frustrating to watch people that don't know half of what you do make the rounds. Did you see the Wes Huff Piers interview? I did not. No. Rich beyond measure, $25. I've come to the full pork covenant. The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. Yes, just chant that and your enemies will pass away. That's what we've learned today. If we've learned anything in today's stream, it is that if you faithfully chant, the bacon is now solid, your enemies will perish and you will hear the lamentation of their women. To hear the lamentation of the women. To see your enemies far before you and to hear the lamentation of the women. AP is talking about same guru. What do you... Guys, I don't know what your weird speak is. Did you hear about ZK2493? He talked about you. AP is talking about same guru. Sadguru? What is same guru? I have no idea what any of you are talking about. I feel like you guys are all just trolling me today with like rando. Like, did you hear about Comet Coomer 69 on Reddit? He posted a thread saying that you're a dummy. What is your response to Comet Coomer 69 on Reddit? All right, let's get back to Sargon over here.
And so I don't have any religious impulses. I don't feel the need to pray to a god when things are going wrong. I don't feel the need to be part of a spiritual congregation or something like this. And so there's a part of me that feels I have a disability in some way, right? Like, people raised in modernity in atheistic societies are just, they don't go to church because they just don't want to. Right? Most people
no comet Coomer, like a comet, like a comet shooting off into, like spurging off into the cooming into the oblivion. Contemporary Compendium, $5. It will be interesting to watch AP and his views on Israel if they evolve regarding Zionism now that he's Orthodox. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? 03_OG. Oh my gosh. 03_ OG on Instagram. Augie? Shohibet Mathizia? I don't see any profile called 03_OG, dude. I mean, the only thing I see is 0 lessons, 03 OG. There's nothing that's 03 underscore OG. Unless you are getting it wrong and it's like it's not a 0, it's an O, like 03 and then underscore 0 G. But why I just like what, why do people feel the need to even like tell you who on the internet is saying something about you? It's just weird to me that here's 03 OG underscore, but that's a sportsman. So again, dude, if it's not somebody with like 1 million followers, like I don't even care. So Tain't nothing, $10. Have you done any research into the domestic Muslim organizations? Like CARE and yeah, I have. It comes up in the Robert Dreyfuss book that we covered 10 years ago. Ian Scott, you don't have to keep sending me super chats. I mean, just tell me what the guy is saying and give me the actual. Can you not link the profile? He has 2 million followers. Come on, you guys are joking with me, right? Why is it not coming up for me? I don't understand what you're typing. This is like a 03 and then O with like an O G. Like nothing comes up under that. So I have no idea what you guys are even talking. Are you guys just trying to waste my time with this stupid shit? He has 27,000 followers. Okay, what is he? I don't like what or who is he? Just link me the damn thing. 04 underscore KR has challenged you. Why are you running from him? Right? The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. Brandy Chandler, $10. Ian Scott is trolling the whole time. Brandy Chandler, if you can or should debate Orthodox, here we go, Orthodox Muslim. I guess so. You guys telling me to debate these people every day. Like, all they have to do is call in to me. I'm not going to chase down every freaking Muslim. His argument is that the one God, unbegotten, if he is Jesus, isn't God. It's called the Father. I don't. Oh my gosh. Ian, do you want to give him the link and I'll create a Twitter space and he can call in and debate right now? I don't care. Dalles Brown, $20. Jay, have you covered the connection between Yedfellas? I don't know what that is. Yedfellas? What is that? Yedfellas and the state of Israel. I don't know what Yedfellas is, no. If you do not find and track down and debate this random profile, you are running. You are scared. Let the bacon hit the floor. Let the bacon hit the floor. Ian, I need the actual link or more information. Like, there's nothing comes up with 03OG. I don't understand. What is he calling me out about? Like, give me the specifics so that I can figure, is he Muslim? Is he a Protestant? What is he? And let's get him on. Let's get a debate going, dude. R2D2 just called you out. When are you going to debate C3PO?
89% of people, something like that, don't go to church. And it's just because they just don't want to. They just feel no impulse to do so. Because to them, the universe isn't actually mysterious and there isn't an afterlife worth worrying about. And so we're stuck in this position where we're a bunch of materialist consumers just existing on a rock in space for no reason until we die.
And you say that's bad?
Yeah, I don't think that's great. I think that's pretty sour. And the atheists who came before us viewed themselves as being very clever. There's a huge amount of vanity in atheism. But particularly vanity, sort of Bertrand Russells up to the Christopher Hitchens of I'm smarter than you, that's why I'm an atheist. It's like, okay, but look at the world you're making. And the world you're making is actually one where everyone takes antidepressants, people kind of hate the place in which they live, and everything, the material quality of everything is declining. Like, things aren't getting better the more atheist we get. Things are getting worse. When was the last time we built something impressive like a cathedral? Could we have some nice buildings? No. We get the cheapest, like, grey-faced, flat tenements that people get to pack into now. Because if we're just human cattle, then any transcendent aspect of human life is just, it's a fancy at best, right? It's not important. And so this has not been to the benefit of mankind, I think. And yet I don't know if there's a way to stop it.
Do you feel...
it's like...
No, yeah.
It's a pretty bleak outlook I'm giving there, I'm afraid.
So I'm trying to get Redeemed Zoomer now to come argue because, so Luigi said, I've been watching Dyer challenge Roman Catholic apologists for post-Vatican II, pre-Vatican II teaching. No one has agreed. Will anyone step up? And then Redeemed Zoomer sends a guy who looks like he's about 15. It's like, you need to debate this guy. Oh, wait a minute. Excuse me. I misread it. Redeemed Doomer is saying the position is indefensible. Oh, I thought maybe Redeemed Zoomer was gonna... So there's a Roman Catholic dude that's talking smack. I'm trying to find out which guy it is. Anyway, that's some kid. That's so stupid. That's not going to happen. Some 15-year-old dude is not going to be able to defend Roman Catholicism. I was referring to certain organized crime, and yeah, I know about all that stuff. I've known about that stuff. Guys, I've known about that stuff since 2007 or 8. Now, I don't know what you mean by YED, but I'm aware of how certain Middle Eastern countries are actually safe havens for organized crime. Alex Soto, $5. Hey, Jay, what's up, man? I got to meet you in Tallahassee at your live event. Appreciate all your work. Thank you, man. Yeah, we had a lot of fun at the Tallahassee event. Shout out to all the guys that came out and the two ladies. I think we had two ladies present. Would you open to debate Alex O'Connor? Guys, I've tried forever to debate these people. Of course I'm open to debate Alex O'Connor. You're not going to get Alex O'Connor to debate me. That's the thing. Unless you just keep harassing him endlessly. I don't know. I would be interested to see you react to his video with Rhett and the guy from Rhett and Link, Why I Love Christianity. We must bring him to the truth. I'll take a look at it. The greatest mathematician, Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park, asked the ethical questions regarding science. Exactly. Even Jeff Goldblum, science man, is more proficient in science than these dudes. That's pretty funny. Nate Planica, $5. I wanted to thank you for helping me come to Orthodoxy. Your work is very informative. It's hilarious. You're uniquely encouraging for those who seek truth. I pray that God blesses you and your family as you bless all of us lay peeps. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm just a crazy internet joke man. That's all I am. Iconomat, I wish that the Mahdi guy's name was actually Yaqub. Also, I'm watching all this from my car, and it shows this on my screen as track number 6 out of 66. Then you should immediately become a numerology schizo and lose your mind. That's confirmation proof that the orbs have told you what's really going on. Vegan Skills, $2. Gay British Juan Swanson needs a chill. By the way, to Ian Scott, tell the guy to come debate. How's that? What was his name? O3OG. If O3OG would like to come on a stream right now or later on a Twitter space, we can have a debate. How's that? Would he like that? Is he wanting the attention so bad that he wants an impromptu debate, that I'm running from a guy I've never even heard of? Let's do it. But I want to know what I'm running from. I don't even understand what this guy's position is. David, the channel Unheard, posted a debate with philosopher Renard Camus. Have you heard it? No. Guys, I don't keep up with or see like random. I just don't know, man. No, I've never seen that. Person 3737 $3. The Antichrist is here. He's replacing Jesus. He's wanting to offer early salvation and mimicking theosis through AI. The false prophet is also here. The 7-year tribulation started. I think that's very presumptuous to think that you know those things. But thank you for your super chat. Brendan Turner, $5. I attended Vespers. I met another guy at church through online apologetics. I found it mostly through you. He came through Andrew. This is a win for the guys. Kev Dog, $5. Get these clowns the truth to their faces. Give these clowns the truth to their faces. Christ is king. Person 737, the Antichrist is clear. So you sent that twice. LRJ, Atlanta, $10. Would schismatic, true, and genuine Orthodox be considered new divine revelation? I don't know about that. I've noticed the themes in their innumerable online videos. I don't keep up. I have no idea what they're saying, but it could easily lend to a cult, not a cult, but a cult attitude and mentality. Many of the people in those circles and groups have mental problems, and I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm saying like they actually have mental problems. Vegan Skills, $3. Gay British Ron Swanson needs to chill.
You know, I feel as though science over there, because I was exactly the same. I used to love watching Dawkins. I loved watching Hitchens as well. And even, you know, today with Alex O'Connor and, you know, people like that debating, although Alex O'Connor has become an agnostic through his consistent, I would call it searching, personally. Do you feel like you're searching?
No.
No?
Well, I don't feel like I'm missing something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, the problem is if you approach it in a consequentialist manner, not only do you kind of miss the purpose of religion. God's meant to be the font from which everything springs. So God is a fundamentally deontological concept that precedes all things. So trying to reconstruct God from the consequences, well, it is to suggest that he's actually not the wellspring from which everything comes anyway. So the actual attempt itself is self-defeating. So you just can't do it. So if the consequences are bad and God is the wellspring from which everything comes, you would have to conclude that God made it this way on purpose, to challenge us, to test us. And this was the thesis that people throughout the Middle Ages had, because life in the Middle Ages was really tough.
Really tough.
A lot of people really, really suffered. And the amount of human suffering seemed just incomprehensible, and couldn't understand why a loving God would want.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with suffering if the universe is nothingness? I mean, it really doesn't matter, right? So Ignacio Larios, $2. There's an orb chilling by your hair. There you go. My prophethood status has been proven. Christopher Scott, $10. What's up, dog? Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. We're having fun tonight. Somebody said that 03OG is a rando conspiracy atheist. I doubt he will debate. Well, those are sometimes the funnest people to debate. So go tell this person, whom I literally cannot find on Instagram. It's actually bothering me that I can't find the freaking profile. Can you send me the actual handle? Why could no one send me the handle so I could actually find the dude? Because nothing comes up under that handle. Put the actual link, dude. Give me the link to his Instagram, and I will go and invite him to debate tonight. This drives me nuts, dude. And who picks such a stupid ass handle that no one can find the freaking handle? Spent 30 minutes trying to figure out what his handle is. Okay, well, if Ian Scott is trolling, I'll just ban Ian Scott. Because it's not even a real profile. Okay, thank you. Dude said Instagram. And now you're giving me his Twitter handle. So, DC. So, some idiot I've already blocked. Who... Okay, so this is like an Adam Green follower. Oh my gosh. This is so stupid. Why won't you debate random pagan 2233458? I think I actually asked some of these goobers already to come to debate, and they wouldn't do it. So I don't see anything on this guy's profile even remotely. It's just a bunch of like schizo conspiracy stuff. This is what you guys are like wanting me to go deal with. It's like, this guy gets one reply to his tweets. So yeah, this is a real oppressing person with 300 followers, with like no. So he's not even on Instagram, but you're saying that maybe he's got a different profile on Instagram. Why won't you debate Adam Green, pagan follower number 44325? Why are you scared? Why are you scared to debate him? It's really weird too. It's like, even when I've done multiple pagan debates and these guys are actually 2 tiers below the pagans I debated. Okay, Ian Scott can come debate. I don't care. Ian, you want to come debate? You're trying to link me up debating all these idiot low tier pagans. I mean, I how many times does the same debate have to happen? Like if I've debated Boglord Dave and I debated, who was the Apollo sun worship guy? What was his name? Mark Brahman. Remember Mark Brahman? Can no one just link the Instagram profile? Like, why can you not link the profile? I can look at Instagram. Like, why can't anyone just link it? Let me see if I can try it that way. And by the way, who actually thinks this guy's really going to come to debate anyway? Even if we do track down his freaking Instagram. And I said, what about breakfast with Tiffany? 03 OG. Nothing comes up but 0 lessons. This has got to be the same guy. NASA exposed. Satellite exposes the truth. Earth's pole shift. Dude, you want me to debate an Earth pole shift guy? I mean, are you serious? Ian, bro. This is, dude, just don't even be in this audience, man. This shit is too stupid for me to even deal with. Let's see what he says about St. Patrick. This has got to be the same guy because he's got like schizo weather tracking posting on his. Is it this guy? Tell me if it's this guy and see if he wants to come debate. This guy?
What's up? I can go fucking live on here, so we're gonna try to talk some shit. What's up?
Is this the right person? this is very convincing. Like, this is moving stuff here. Like, what is it? I don't even know what this is. Like, this stuff on here. Seismic cascade alert. What in the heck is this, dude? No, that's not him. There is no O3 OG profile that comes up, man. I've searched it every possible way. And none of you can actually just give me the damn link or just tell the guy to come debate. Dude, O3 OG. Yeah, when I type in O3 OG, that guy's profile is what comes up. That's why I can't understand what you're like. If you type into the Instagram search, you get, here we go. Let's try this. Maybe this is it. Okay, so you guys had it wrong. The last guy that sent me the link is the actual correct link. But now it doesn't want to come up. Maybe he blocked me or something, because it's not. I found a profile, but the profile doesn't want to load. I wonder if that means I'm blocked. Here, look. I'll show you what I mean. Let's see if it works over here. So if I type in that profile, here's what you get. Blank screen. Oh, so he must have me blocked because nothing comes up when I search this profile. You see that? So he has me blocked. Debate the guy who has you blocked or you're scared. Let's see. Let me try another browser to see who this person is or why it doesn't show up. Restricted profile. You must be 18 to view this profile. So he is the true hidden imam, War Thunderer. Ismail Solorio. What is the Malachi prophecy? I mean, a bunch of Ramachelic gibberish. What do you mean? I've been hearing the Malachi prophecy since 2003. Thank you for wasting my time for fucking 30 minutes with that stupid shit. Trying to get me to debate some person that you can't even access his profile. Where is the orb chilling by my head, by the way? It's not boomer. Like, the profile is restricted, dude. Jay is ignorant. Ryan, you want to come debate? The profile comes up as restricted. I didn't block him. If you go to another browser, the profile comes up as restricted. Like, if you go to another browser where you're not enrolled in Instagram or signed in. So the 0 was him. So you got, somebody said it wasn't him. I'm not going to debate somebody who's tracking weather patterns and like stupid NASA shit, dude. Like, what? So now people are saying that is him. O3 OG fanboy. Jay is running because he can't deadlift and he has pencil arms. Yes, that's it. Nothing to do with actually debating. It has to do with running from a random profile. You said he had 30,000 followers. His Instagram has 3,000 followers. His Twitter gets 1 reply. Dude, come on. Thank you for wasting my time for the last 30 minutes, by the way. I think I just won't. I'm just going to refund all of Ian Scott's super chats. There's wasting my time. Mud, $5. A guy named "Your Mom is Fat and Gay and Ugly" was in the comments on a video in 2009. You should find him and debate him, because if you don't, you're scared. Exactly. Yes. Track down every single person randomly commenting on Twitter, or you're scared. You're totally scared. The quest for the debater is boring the pants off everyone. It's rather insulting. Okay, Kara, goodbye. See ya. Goodbye. The reason we do that is that I do always give the opportunity for people to come debate, and there's no fear on my part of like engaging in a debate or having a debate. So I always like to open it up. And so, as you guys should know, like for people who have a lower count of following, the open debates are for those people. I don't give a formal debate to a person with 200 followers. Okay, does Ian Scott want to come and debate? He can come debate. How's that? Make a video debunking Hinduism. Maybe one day. Again, I always tell people to go read Father Seraphim Rose's book, Orthodoxy and Religion and Future. We did an entire talk years ago on Orthodoxy and Religion and Future. So people can go find that. And let's get back to Sargon. Thank you for that total waste of time.
And this is why the birth of the scientific endeavor even began in the first place. People like Francis Bacon and Descartes were like, no, we can use our reason to make the world better, actually. And it turned out that they could, but there was a consequence to that, and that was essentially the death of God, which is what Nietzsche was lamenting. And so now we are in a position where it's like, okay, well, maybe the suffering, it was bad, but maybe it had a point.
It always reached a peak, though, I found. Like, if you look in like the Victorian era, where England especially was gripped with things such as alcoholism, and the change wasn't done through political means, it was done through a spiritual aspect of everyone
dude,
going
talk
back.
about boring. This Lotus Eater, this is like more like a Quaalude Eater podcast. It's like, oh, dude, come on, man.
Seems to happen throughout history.
Yappity.
So the problem of approaching this with a theological argument is that it presupposes that which it sets out to prove.
Right.
So if it is the case that God does this, I still have to establish the existence of God before I can accept that premise. And if the question...
So, not aware of what the transcendental argument is. It's not positing God's existence before proving it. The argument is a paradigm level argument that without God you couldn't ground the categories of knowledge.
Any religious scholar should have been able to dismantle that and say, look, you are approaching this from the wrong perspective, because the argument about God is necessarily transcendental, and so you can't find him in the universe because he is necessarily extraneous to it, right? And yet
Again, I think that's the part I was looking for. He's confusing the transcendental argument with God being transcendent. I think he might just be saying that he thinks that because God is transcendent, he's not found in the universe, like he's some sort of object or being, like some dude. But it's both and. God is transcendent and immanent. And so I think Sargon is just, again, this is just like, it's just really just Reddit level stuff, honestly. I figured Sargon would be a little more sophisticated.
Harris has got away with this for decades. This absolute, I mean, it's a category error at best, and him being just deliberately obtuse at worst, right? And so,
does he actually know what a category
the fact
error
that
is?
religious scholars allowed them to kind of get away with these things and somehow lose the argument to these is not.
I overheard my elderly neighbor. He talked smack about you, Jay. Why are you running from him? Because I'm terrified. I cannot debate anyone on the internet. The reality is that I'm only scared of people with 300 or 3,000 followers. That's if you have 1 million followers, I'm not scared. But secretly, I'm really scared of the guys with 200 or 300 followers. That's my real fear.
it the risk of getting myself in trouble, it kind of reveals the paucity of the religious argument based on, again, assuming what it sets out to prove.
I think a lot of people just, they hear a British accent and they think they must be smart. But I think people are kind of growing out of this, right? These older stereotypes. Like, if you have a Southern accent, you're necessarily stupid. If you have a British accent, you're necessarily sophisticated. Maybe that was the case 30 years ago. People fell for that. But, I think we can hear and detect pompous windbag pretty quick now.
And this not being persuasive to people who do not already assume that case. And so this is why I was being a little fedora tipper there, because as an atheist who would like Christianity to succeed.
You know, what's funny is, as far as I'm aware, I'm actually the only person, except for Jim Bob and maybe Andrew, that actually consistently gives a place for anyone to call in with any number of followers. You've got people who have one follower that will call in on my Twitter spaces. You've got people who have 200, 300, 400,000 followers who call in on the Twitter spaces. I give ample opportunity almost multiple times a week for anyone who actually wants to debate to call in and do so.
That argument's not good enough.
And I was going to say, do you think modern secularism is failing to provide meaning or stability when it comes to that? And is that why people are now looking back to faith in that respect?
The worst part is it's not providing meaning, but it's definitely providing stability. And the stability is worse.
Right.
Like, it would be better to have an unstable world in which you had meaning than a stable world in which you just want to kill yourself. Like, if you know that tomorrow is going to be just like today and today was terrible, then you know tomorrow is going to be just as terrible. And there's no reason to think the day after that would be any better. And so why wouldn't you just kill yourself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the argument that, if we're just
Yeah, but, look at this guy. That beard looks fake, by the way.
lack of chemicals, then what is meaning? We're just bumping into each other and existing.
And that's the curse of secular modernity, is that that's all it's got to offer. And so,
I'm going to be honest with you, dude. This is supposed to have the appearance of some highbrow, sophisticated intellectual conversation. And this is literally the equivalent of a conversation that people had in my freshman philosophy class. This is just so low tier. I don't even think there's much. We don't really need to even go any further. We're gonna move on to our boy JBP and his new tussle with Candace. There's always a Candace v JBP event going on. And I thought this was interesting because Sam Hyde chimed in. Actually, let me find Sam's tweet. So let me see what Sam said. We'll talk about Francis a little bit too, because I'm sure that most of the people in the Piers Morgan audience, right, are not over here watching what we talk about. So I'll give you guys a foretaste of what my assessment of Francis is going to be. Let me find Sam's comment. Where is it at? Here we go. So, is this just a picture? What is this? Oh, I thought this was a clip. I think there's So Sam said, I opened this up with Jordan Peterson on Joe Rogan. I immediately went to the part where he's talking about people saying Christ is King is a narcissistic, psychopathic thing. Come on, man, hang it up already. I thought this was actually the clip. It's not. Let's see. Jordan Peterson, psychopath. Let's try this.
Civilization has enabled the psychopaths.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, well,
without a doubt.
That's a terrible thing, because the psychopathic types, they're always the death of everything. Like, I'm seeing this come up on the right now. So imagine this. I've been working on a new theory of political psychopathology, and I like it quite a lot.
Is this what? Now, I want to be super nuanced here because I think there's a lot of different things going on, and I'm going to list all the things I think are going on, which you guys, this audience, I'm sure you guys already know what I think. But I think both Candace and Jordan Peterson are wrong, but in different areas and in different ways. So Peterson really... he's just constantly, unfortunately, in the last few years, a huge letdown. But I maintain my same critique from the very beginning. I did a video almost 10 years ago critiquing Jordan Peterson's classical liberalism. And if you go back and watch my almost 10-year-old video, you'll notice that all the same things that I talked about back then have played themselves out. Although it looked like a year ago when Peterson, via Pajot, was beginning to say that there's problems in the Enlightenment, that was exactly what I said in my 10-year-old critique of Jordan Peterson and his classical liberalism. And so I thought, well, maybe Jordan Peterson is moving in our direction. Let me show you that video from almost 10 years ago. It might be 8 or 9 years. I don't know. Eight years. Jordan Peterson critiqued classical liberal incoherence. February 2018. So... it's 7 years and 2 months. So we're not at 8, but close enough, right? By the way, you'll notice quite a bit less carb bloat in 7 years, right? I still have my weird stuff shirt though, or stay weird. So what did I say 7 years ago? Well, I said the problem in Jordan Peterson's philosophy is classical liberalism. And most of the things that he talks about will be evident and refuted in time. People will begin to see the issues. And I remember when I posted this video, remember back before YouTube got rid of the thumbs down, right? I remember this video had like 80% thumbs down, a few weeks after it being put up. And this was when Peterson was like at his like rocket, into first stardom level. And the thing that's really annoying about these kinds of phases and fads and whatnot is I don't think I wasn't unfair in this video. I wasn't mean, I just basically critiqued the problems in classical liberalism because I've been critiquing classical liberalism for a long time. I've got specific critiques of it older than this video. Back when we were on Tim Kelly's podcast, I was all the time doing critiques of libertarianism, classical liberalism. My first debate is against Kokesh, the libertarian. I'm critiquing classical liberalism in the very first public debate I did with Kokesh, okay? I've got over 10 years of critiques online of libertarianism, atomistic and individualism, and classical liberalism. Way back. On and on, okay? And I said in this video all the main problems I would still say. And I remember when this came out, I had an immediate, like, hundreds of thumbs down and maybe 20% thumbs up. So this was like a mega hated video. Now, I would say this video has flipped. Not that it really matters, but probably 80% thumbs up now, 20% thumbs down. I was correct in my assessment and critique 7 years ago. I'm still correct. And we're still dealing with classical liberal Jordan Peterson. And what's unfortunate is that the classical liberal side, as everyone can see, has definitely shied away from criticizing the Middle East and countries in the Middle East and things that begin with the letter Z. The classical liberal, James Lindsay, Peterson, right? They will not criticize the secular nation state and ideology of Z. Why? Duh. It's not that hard to figure out. The Daily Wire, I mean, come on, right? And it's also interesting that none of the people from that side will debate it. At least Apostate Prophet will debate his position with Andrew and with me. So that's one side of it, is the classical liberal issues and the mistake that I see on that side of things. And that's why they're so reticent about admitting Christ is king, even if the phrase itself is used by bad actors. So one thing I will agree with Peterson on, which is not the majority of this issue, but that there are and probably will be fake, crazed, right-wing people who will utilize this phrase and do bad actor things, and probably are doing that already on Twitter. But those might even be feds and bots. We don't even know, right? The bot stuff that goes crazy on Twitter, that's all intended to do like agitprop stuff, right? So that might be and probably is going on as well. So I'm not totally conceding to or agreeing with, I'm not agreeing with Lindsay's thesis overall. I am agreeing to the point that you will have and can have bad actors who are cut out fake right-wing things that will engage in bad actions to make the right look bad. And they will use things like Christian nationalism, Christ is king, falsely. That does exist and has existed. I was telling people about Seville that it looks like a sus thing at the time. And people didn't listen. And they said, oh, they're conspiracy theories. Well, some of those people are living their lives in jail the rest of their life. So who was right? Ian Johnson, $5. German idealism, round 2, Orthodox Boogaloo. German idealism. Who do you think is a proponent of German idealism? Certainly not me. Cramazio, 1 gift. Thank you. Inky, $5. Jay, I love your stream. I'd love to hear you talk about Paisios prophecies in the current geopolitical sphere. I don't have much to say about that. I am familiar and have heard of these prophecies. I just don't have any set take or position on it. So I've also heard people debating, which ones are authentic. I don't have the time or the ability to track down and verify what are the real prophetic statements from elders. Now, I know that we have a lot of people in the sphere of Tradcat geopolitically who like what we talk about, and that's fine. So I am not agreeing with Jordan Peterson's inability and lack of criticism of Middle Eastern countries and the big Z. But people on the right have to stop being so stupid to be duped by, I'm not talking about Nick, I'm not talking about big name people. I'm talking about usually these little Fed run groups are smaller. They're like, Discord groups, and they're the ones that usually provoke people. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not making a judgment on anybody in the public sphere. Don't have time to keep up with everybody's drama. We do what we do, right? But when we get to Candace's response, what I'd like to know is, who is Peterson talking about? I haven't watched this whole Joe Rogan interview. Somebody said it is a reference to Nick. Somebody said, no, it's a reference to Candace. Somebody said, oh, it's referencing everybody. I don't know who he's referring to, because I haven't seen the podcast. So maybe in this full podcast, he actually explains, no, I mean Candace. I mean this, because when Candace replies, she says Jordan Peterson means me, right? But let's see what Peterson says here.
The term "the woke right" comes in.
Yeah, well, Lindsay is pointing at that, but he hasn't got the diagnosis exactly right. So it isn't woke.
And James Lindsay doesn't like Jordan Peterson. right? Lindsay was going after Peterson and Pajot for like a year, right? For like a month, a year ago. So I don't know, like, is Jordan Peterson wanting to cozy up to James Lindsay now? I don't get it. By the way, I've asked James Lindsay to debate 3 times, so he won't debate. So, the people in this sphere won't debate. And that's another interesting tell, right? Because I guess Dave Smith debated Douglas Murray. Have you ever actually been inside of George Clooney? How can you possibly speak about George Clooney if you've not actually been inside George Clooney? I've actually been in George Clooney because I'm a pompous, sophisticated British gay man. I mean, okay, I guess that guy debated and Dave Smith debated, but like no one else why wouldn't Ben Shapiro just debate Candace Owen with a moderator? Why won't Jordan Peterson just debate Candace Owen with a moderator? Seems like it would be really easy if these people are, narcissistic psychopaths. Should be pretty easy to just refute them. But you notice what happens is that people then start debating how bad a person is. And debating how bad a person is a classic deflection away from actually debating the topics.
That's not the issue. It's not exactly.
I think
He's one
what
level.
they're talking about is like similar types of behavior.
He is talking about that. Yeah, no.
But
What
it's
he's
just,
point.
woke just lets you clarify in your head. Oh, it's like that.
Yeah, but the problem is
it's like Antifa.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that argument is predicated on the claim that the ideas are the problem, like the woke ideas, for example, on the right or the left. But that's not the problem. The problem is that 4 to 5% of the population, something like that, is cluster B, that's the DSM-5 terms, histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, psychopathic, or they have dark tetrad traits. They're Machiavellian, they're sadistic. That's about 4%. Okay, so the question is, how do these people maneuver? And the answer is they go to where the power is and they adopt those ideas and they put themselves even on the forefront of that.
Right.
No, I would say that the Smith-Murray conversation was an informal debate. I mean, they were clearly debating and disagreeing over the topic. You can have an informal and a formal debate. So I don't know why you would say it wasn't a debate, it was a conversation, like whatever. Cool made up words. Dark tetrad. See, I thought it was a dark triad, but I guess there's also a tetrad. What's the fourth characteristic? So I think Peterson is referring to that paper, which is actually a really good paper on virtuous victimhood and the dark triad traits. Everybody should read that paper. It's really good. Mud, $5. Jay's kryptonite is to run from scarcely listened. I don't understand this comment. Oh, Jay's kryptonite is, quote, I've scarcely listened to online social media users. Jay's orthobroism will never be able to contend with nihilism from 00_3317 on YouTube. Yeah, it's kind of silly, right? I mean, anybody who wants to debate can just call in. Ian Johnson, $10. Carl Benjamin's questioning of the Enlightenment reminds me of German idealism. Well, the thing about philosophers is that a lot of philosophers are good at critiquing. But the area that most philosophers fail is in their solutions. Usually, I know he's joking. I read it as a joke after I read the end. Usually, philosophers have just terrible answers and solutions. I'd say 90% of the time. Because they just want you to buy into their philosophy, right? Philosophers are good at spotting mistakes in the other person's position. That's really what philosophy is. Go back to Plato's Apology. Socrates is going around basically doing precept on everybody in Athens, and he pisses them off, right? And but then the solutions that they offer, oh, you see, you need to believe in my philosophy. Yeah, right. Usually it's some terrible, horrible, tyrannical, god-awful, Plato's Republic superstate, right? We don't want that.
The ideas are completely irrelevant.
Right.
All they're doing is they're the Pharisees. They're the modern version of the Pharisees. They're the people who use God's name in vain, right? As they proclaim moral virtue.
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether it's right or left or Christian or Jewish or Islam. They invade the ideas.
So Peterson seems to be saying that the real problem is the 4% who are completely screwed up psycho people invading the space of the religious debate sphere or the religious influence sphere or religion itself or discourse sphere. Okay, maybe there is this percentage of people who get into it, but the thing is, like, that's not really who's running society and calling the shots. Yeah, you can say narcissistic psychopathic traits allow for moving up in a kakistocracy or an oligarchy, right? If you have those traits, you will probably get into greater positions of power, being a CEO, running an NGO, running a foundation, a think tank, right? Intelligence agencies, right? You're probably going to have those traits if you succeed in getting up the ladder in this system and in our corrupt society. But that has nothing really to do with which positions are right or wrong. So Peterson's point in itself is correct, but then he says, and this happens on the left and the right. Well, if it happens on the left and the right, then it's not a right-wing problem. So what's this thing about right-wing narcissism? And that's the real root of critiquing Big Z power. Well, some of the people who critique Big Z power might have narcissistic traits, but that has nothing to do with Big Z power, you see. That's a different topic.
Space, and then they use those ideas as false weapons to advance their narcissistic advantage.
Yes.
And so then you have the problem, and the right's going to face this more and more, particularly because the left had to face it when they were in powers.
Yes.
How do you identify the psychopathic parasites, 4% of the population, who are clothed in your clothing and waving your flags, but who are only in it for narcissistic benefit? I think that...
I will say that a lot of people are disagreeing with Peterson on this point about anti-S and the big Z, right? And I agree that he's not willing to criticize those things. But I do agree that a lot of the people going around claiming Christ is king don't actually live that or believe that. That's true. So that's my take on that. Frankish Melkite $5. Jay, if James White finally cracks and just calls in as a white beard out of the blue, what would you bring up first with James White? Well, I would probably bring up, you guys know I'm like a no beat around the bush, straight to the point person, right? I'm going to bring up right away, like Christology, essence, energy. I'm going to go right to the things that I know James White doesn't want to talk about. That's what I would do. Oikonomos $3. Oh my gosh, guys. I mean, when are you going to address blah, blah, blah channel? What is with everybody? I'm not mad at you, Oikonomos, but it's like, today was going to be the day where we chill and we have fun and we joke around. And then that's the days when everybody sends in the super chats and their requests When are you going to deal with Protestant channel blah 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 that said that you're a dum-dum and that you're mean and that when guys, you don't have, and this is going to sound crazy, but you don't actually have to address every person. Do you know that? Did you know that not everybody is even worth your time and worth addressing? I know this is going to sound crazy because a lot of us in our sphere, myself included as a young man, we are naturally spurgy and we think you got to refute every single person. You got to refute every single channel, every single argument, every single dude, or else you're scared. You're not doing your job. You can't address it. Dude, not everybody has to be addressed. In fact, and there was a guy who, interestingly, has been bitching for a long time about me and us, an Orthodox rapper. And he sent a message to a mutual friend of ours who was arguing with him. And he basically said, every time Jay mentions me, I get attention and I get, it feeds me, you see. So I'm actually doing a favor to the idiots with tiny audiences, right? And they will even recognize people on meds, people with psychosis who say that I mentioned Jay because I know he'll talk about me and I can get attention currency out of that. That's, by the way, part of the dark triad traits. Okay. The guy admitted to another guy that he gets attention currency out of attacking me. Cloud chasing, exactly. Now, this is a person admittedly on psychosis meds for his schizoaffective disorder. Why is anyone even listening to this person on the internet at all? Jumanji called you out. He has 6 million followers. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Aristotle, $5. I'm done for, bro. I'm done for. Yes, I know what Jumanji is. You don't have to address every goober, dude. And this guy says, when are you going to address the Ancient Paths channel, the failure of Orthodoxy? Thank you. God bless. Yeah, I'm not dissing you, but it's just like, you don't have to address every single video. By the way, you could never even do it, right? Like, you could never address every whining, complaining channel about why Orthodoxy is not true and I had a bad experience and blah, blah, blah. Lean $2. Skibbity toilet. Skibbity Fortnite toilet riz. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to talk about tonight. Storm of the Cat, $10. Jordan Peterson sounds like a Bolshevik propagandist because anyone who disagrees is has some psychological illness. No, I actually agree with Candace's retort. That was her point, right? Her retort to this thing with Jordan, because Candace says Jordan's talking about me, because Candace has been arguing with Michaela and Jordan for a good while now. And if you saw on Piers, I think, right? So Piers had Candace and Michaela on, and Michaela says, you went after us unfairly because my dad had an addiction, blah, blah, blah. Candace replies by saying that what Jordan says doesn't make sense. You can't literally stay up for 28 days in a row. Jordan Peterson doubled down, asserts, no, I actually stayed up for 28 days. The Guinness Book World Record is like 11 days. It doesn't make sense. Jordan Peterson says that apple cider caused them to have a mental breakdown. I mean, it's just weird, right? I'm not saying that I have the same gut issues as Jordan. So I understand the gut issues. And I did carnivore diet because of them. So yes, eating the wrong thing with bad gut issues can mess you up for several weeks. I don't know about staying up for 28 days, but anyway, that's their dispute. So I don't know what to make of that. But what do you guys think of Jordan's comment there? And then let's see. The response that I saw, was it today's show? here.
Don't leave your fruit up to chance.
So we'll listen to a little bit of what she says about what I'm talking about right here. Now, this is interesting because it's all like all this stuff is really coming to a head in the culture. And that's what's crazy, right? Because people are like X has opened the door, whether you agree with it or not, or whether you like X or whatever, or Elon or whatever, it doesn't matter. Like the debate has now shifted to these topics. And if you've got Tim Dillon and you got Joe Rogan, talking about these topics, allowing a debate, a discussion at a mega level, whether you like Dave Smith or not. By the way, I think Andrew won the debate with Dave Smith, right? I've been trying to get a debate with Dave Smith for a long time, and I don't think I know he's not a philosophy guy, but it's important to stress the point of, again, classical liberalism is just not good enough, man. It doesn't get us where we want to go. It's just not enough. It's a negative rights, negative liberty, negative position, literally. It's classical libertarian. Leave me alone, dude. Just let me have my drugs and my coons, man. Like, that's not enough. You can't have a functioning, healthy society with that. Storm the Cat, $10. Jordan sounds like, oh, you already read that. Cool Barracuda, $3. I bought your meta-narratives book. I knew you were smart. Dang, I'm definitely going to earn ridges in my smooth brain. Well, that's essays. So, they're written to be kind of introductory essays. So I think you're going to enjoy that. Now, let's see. I listened to about half of this show, so I'm trying to find the good points here. So, okay. So here she, she argues that Jordan, went kooky in the debate with Sam Harris. And somehow I never saw this part. I don't know how I missed
Losing it on the audience because they applauded.
Somehow I missed this point. I don't remember this point. And I thought I watched all the Peterson Harris debate. Do you guys remember this point?
Something that Sam Harris said back in 2018 when he pressed him on the topic of his own religion. Take a listen.
What I fear about the way you talk about religion is that at the end of all these conversations, I'm still not sure what you believe on that point, frankly. And if I'm not sure, no one out there is.
Do you guys remember that? I mean, maybe it's probably been 4 years since I went through. I thought we watched all the Peterson Harris debates. So maybe we did. Maybe I did hear that. Now, this is interesting because Jordan later says that the reason that he got so upset at that point was because of this apple cider meltdown gut issue, right? He claims. I mean,
well, I don't know why you would expect to be sure about what someone believes. How do you think that any one of you are capable of fully articulating what you believe? You certainly aren't. You aren't.
Now, this is a rare fair question via Sam Harris. I'm not a Sam Harris fan, but this was actually a decent fair question for Sam Harris to ask Jordan Peterson. There was nothing unfair here. He just asked, I'm not sure what Jordan Peterson believes about God or theism. And then Jordan Peterson said, who among you is really sure about what you believe? What? Like, that's not even what Harris asked. And I'm definitely no Harris fan. And in fact, when we reviewed the Peterson-Harris debates, I typically thought that Jordan Peterson pretty much demolished Harris.
That's completely ridiculous. You're not transparent to yourself by any stretch of the imagination. You act out all sorts of things that you can't articulate.
But how about a best guess?
Actually, I mean, this was a fair question from Sam Harris. Well, give me your best guess as to what you actually mean about God or whatever.
Yeah.
If you look, let's go all cognitive neuroscience on this, shall
what?
we? 99% of your processing is unconscious. You're not.
It's almost like he got mad and sort of like turned to the audience to say, you know how superior I am to you? let's go cognitive neuroscience. I'm about 99,000 IQ better than all of you. Like, it's like he's getting mad, right? Because they clapped at a fair question.
Capable of articulating yourselves.
You're not even capable of talking,
If
you
were,
stupid monkey people.
Omniscient.
Okay,
Don't give me any nonsense about that.
Nonsense.
All right. Okay. Don't give him any nonsense about that. Don't ask him to clarify what he believes in the topic of religion while he's debating the topic. At any rate.
Yes, I think this was a fair point. And then she goes on to say that when Peterson went on Joe Rogan, he explained that he had the gut issues, and the gut issues will mess you up for many days. But this is what he says.
And I noticed was that when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction to eating what we weren't supposed to was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you do? What did you switch to? Or what did you eat, rather?
Well, the worst response, I think we're allergic to, or allergic, whatever the hell this is, having an inflammatory response to something called sulfites. And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam.
Again, I just, apple cider for a month? I mean, I have pretty bad gut issues, and if I eat something really wrong or bad for my gut, it will mess me up for maybe a week, maybe 10 days. I could see, but a month.
You were done for a month.
Oh yeah, it took me out for a month. It was awful.
Really?
Yeah. So I would say, look.
So this is right before.
By the way, not apple cider vinegar. Don't misunderstand. Apple cider, not apple cider vinegar.
This whole truth conversation with Sam Harris that got stuck in the mud. During.
So
I
think the day I talked to Sam was like the worst day of my life. Not because of talking to Sam, but it was
just physical.
Oh Jesus, I was so dead. But I didn't want to not do it because
apple cider. Like what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I seriously mean overwhelming. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for. See, Michaela knew.
Now, it's true that when you mess up your gut, that will definitely affect your psychology and your mood, right? Because the gut is another brain, right? There's the gut-brain, nexus and all that. The gut's like your second brain. And it can definitely, a bad diet, bad food can absolutely mess you up, emotionally. It can make you totally screwed up. That's why, in my view, like, I've never been pro-pill, pro-pharma. Totally against all pharma stuff, which is ironic because what did JVP say in his book, right? Be sure to take your meds, right?
By that point, that it would probably only last a month, and I was like...
A month?
Yeah,
from
a month.
Cider?
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible? That
I'll tell you how it's...
So, wait, if it's a month, and that would be 28 to 30 days. So, wait, he said 20, did he say 28 days? So that would be 28 days, or 25 days of no sleep, 3 days of sleep within that span. So, 1 day of sleep a month. I mean,
possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
This is from cider. From cider.
That's what we thought. Yeah.
I'll admit I'm not an expert. I just know that apple cider is just an apple. It's just an apple being juiced, and they don't add anything to it. It's just an apple. And I have never, prior to that discussion, heard of that sort of a reaction. Now, this conversation...
I'm not an expert, but it's just an apple.
To be clear, took place in 2018, okay? And then shortly thereafter, the official storyline got even more confusing for people that were fans of Jordan Peterson, and I counted myself among them. Officially, the public was told that Jordan had entered various rehabs from Toronto to New York to Russia.
And then I think it came out that it was meds that he'd been prescribed or whatever. I'm not making a judgment. I'm not saying anything about anybody's personal medical. I don't get into like personal drama stuff. It's not my thing, but it reminds me too then of, this is what led to the drama between Candace and Michaela on Pierce. Did you guys see this?
I'm going to bring these two together. Candace Owens, host of the Candace podcast.
So this was a couple months ago, and this is the ongoing drama over this issue of the spat. Candace calls out Michaela on immigration.
Knowledge. But to be clear, the program has been around since 1990, so the results aren't up for debate. We were just simply...
By the way, I have to say, I mean, I think in the topic, like on the topics, I don't think Michaela's going to win on the topics.
Lied to about what we were told it was going to do, which was to source the top 1% of talent globally. Instead, they're using the program to source cashiers, teachers, janitors, PR people. So I'm going to have to believe that the American people are very much capable and willing to fulfill those positions, and that instead this program has been completely abused to get foreign workers here who then have a pathway to citizenship, and it lowers worker wages. And
don't know what you're talking about. Let's play a little clip.
Now, this is the drama part.
From that.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible? That
I'll tell you how it's possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Not
and
good.
this is from cider.
I feel like Joe Rogan is all of us. I'm listening to that and it doesn't pass the sniff test. I'm just going, wait, what, apple cider? You didn't sleep for how long? What are you talking about? He brings up Michaela, by the way, that's his daughter. We're going to get into it. That explanation does not make sense to me whatsoever. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not claiming to know how everybody's body reacts to apple cider, but I just don't think that you wouldn't sleep for that long because of it.
Okay, so
Where
Michaela,
was the ad hominem attack?
Well, I'll come to you in a moment, Candace. Michaela, how did you feel when you heard about that?
Well, I think it's funny because, like, we're connected online, Candace. So if she
It doesn't sound like an ad hominem attack. I mean, maybe she threw in a joke or something, but that isn't calling into question someone's account of this event. That's not really an ad hominem attack.
an issue with my family, she could literally just message me. Her husband has my husband's phone number, you know? So it's just like a weird thing to do. I don't know where it came from. As for the apple cider reaction, I've gone over this so many times, but it's fair if Candace didn't know this. Although I don't know why you would make a 26-minute video without doing some research. It wasn't apple cider. It was a sodium metabisulfite allergy. And it was near anaphylaxis. And people don't sleep in that state.
Yeah, but Jordan Peterson said that it was apple cider, so...
And when we went through that, which was horrible, it was horrible. We had a hard time with the medical system. We didn't know.
Well, I mean, I think Candace's point, as you guys are saying in the chat, right, is that Jordan went into rehab after this. So it seems like that might have been what was really going on and not apple cider.
How to treat it. It took us like years to figure out what the allergy was. If you talk to a doctor and say you have that allergy, they go, what's that? Like, it's not a common allergy, but it's not uncommon. You can Google it. And
by the way, I'm not accusing, I don't think Jordan Peterson has done anything morally wrong if he had an addiction or if he was prescribed something and the pharma stuff, messed him up. I have never been a fan of pharma stuff. So I'm not even saying that I think Peterson did something immoral or whatever. It's just a weird series of events. It's bizarre. That's all I'm saying.
it just seems a little bit cruel to like pull that up. You also started that video by saying, why is Jordan Peterson's male audience, like diminishing? Let's get into it, which is it's manipulative, right? It's not true.
Well, it is true that when he makes certain comments, he does get ratioed nowadays, and majority replies are the opposite of what he's saying. And I don't recall that happening back in the day, right?
You have this giant audience, Candace, and you say these things as if they're true, which confuses people when they're not. So I don't know what to say about it. It's aggravating, and I think it's a mean girl high school tactic.
Okay.
The one thing I will say is, like, some of the topics that Candace covers and focuses on, I don't really care about. Like, Blake Lively. I mean, I understand she's covering it because it's media and it's popular stuff. Like, and I mean, the Macron stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, probably that's could happen, but I just, like, to me, those things aren't big deals. Right? I mean, they're not like lead stories. Maybe they get a lot of clicks and attention, which that's just how media works. But I don't think so far I've seen her be pretty well researched in when she does these debates.
Candace, you're a mean girl.
Or should I say when she does these topics?
Again.
By the way, this is going to be funny too. Like, I don't know what to expect Monday. I have no idea. I mean, we can thank our great Lord Yakub, right? Because he's created us white people to serve Queen Candace, right? But it'll be funny if Monday, we get a panel, and I mean, I just can't wait to see who the panel is going to be. It's going to be exciting. I have no idea. They don't tell you. So it's going to be exciting if we've got, like, I mean, it's supposed to be about Papa Frank, right? And if we get Papa Frank, I mean, if we get Papa Frank defenders, I mean, it's going to be a blast, right? I mean, it could be like, who knows? They might be like me, somebody liberal criticizing Francis, and then like a Francis champion. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea who it'll be. It's going to be wild, though. So I don't know if it's a segment or like a full, panel episode of sassing each other. And y'all know I can go a full 45 minutes of sass, right? Y'all know that, right? Y'all ready for a 45-minute sass fest on Piers Morgan? That's going to be wild.
Accusing me of ad hominem attacks when I feel like she's engaging in them. Just to be clear and to contextualize this clip, Jordan Peterson was trending. I cover trends, I cover the news, and I think it's fair to cover topics when they come to the surface. He was essentially tweeting ad hominem attacks that were written like sonnets. It was very bizarre, and people were going.
That is an odd thing, right? Peterson does these poems where he goes after people critiquing the incels in their mom's basement or what. It's kind of weird. Like, if you disagree, if you follow Fuentes, you're, living in your mom's basement or what. Like, he does these, and he writes it like a poem. It is weird.
What's going on with Dr. Jordan Peterson, and it became a Twitter trend, and so I covered it. Is there something wrong with covering a trending topic? I certainly don't think there is, or I wouldn't have a podcast or things to speak about. Regarding your father's audience, there were a lot of people who
oh man, could you imagine if it was Scam Shamu, William Albrecht, and then me and somebody else on the panel? That's a little too wild. I don't think that's it would be funny. I'll let the monkey poop will be flying if that happened, right? Rolf Stakes became a member for 13 months. What? Did you already cover doves flying at the Vatican? No, I did not. Doves flying at the Trad Cats are going full soy face with doves flying at the Vatican. Man, Roman Catholics, man, you guys love like the goofiest just damn omens and shit, which mean absolutely nothing. It's so stupid. Like doves flying at the. Now I got to see what it is. Let's see. Let's go to X. Doves flying. So what is that supposed to mean? Like, oh, Francis is flapping his way into heaven. But why would trad cats like that? Trad cats should hate Francis. Doves, Vatican. Here we go. What is this supposed to mean? By the way, you'll notice like when lightning struck the Vatican a few years ago, right? All the trad cats were, it's a sign from God. Lightning struck the Vatican. Oh, wow. So, a bunch of birds fly over the Vatican. Oh, it's a sign. It's a sign that Francis is what? In heaven? What the heck is that supposed to mean? It doesn't even say doves. Hundreds of white birds fly over St. Peter's Square. Wow. There you go. A proof that Catholicism's true. There you go. I mean, imagine basing your religion on stupid shit like this. This is no wonder people are struggling.
After his addiction and feeling like he was not honest about his addiction, a lot of men who sort of switched off from Jordan Peterson. I mean, that is just a fact.
Now, this is an interesting, Candace went right for the jugular here, right? With like, oh, well, turns out, seems like Jordan was actually struggling with addiction and covered it with a irritable bowel syndrome apple diarrhea story.
Understand and respect that it is your father, and so you're naturally going to be defensive of him. And if it was a family member of mine, I would naturally be defensive of him.
Yeah, it looked like seagulls. Oh, so now seagulls are doves?
But to pretend like I plucked the topic out of pure air simply to be a mean girl and not because it was trending, literally saying that people are wondering what's going on with Jordan Peterson, I think that's you not being very genuine about why I was discussing it. And I think that I was tremendously respectful. I also paid him a huge...
I would have to say that out of debating, I have some critiques of Candace. I think that probably for female debaters, there's not many of those. She might be the best debater for female debaters, but there's not even that many female debaters. But she's a pretty good debater. She kind of seems like a law girl, like a lawyer chick. You know what I mean? But I will say that in this discussion, Michaela actually held up pretty good under this sort of interrogation here. You'll see what I mean.
Compliment. I think his book and what it did for men worldwide at a time when men were being completely stomped on and masculinity was being questioned. And I said I would never remove that and would never take the credit away from him. But there have been some things that have just registered to the public as odd. I didn't make your father trend that day. So I think he's able to deal with a little bit of criticism.
You want to respond, Michaela?
I guess I'm just confused because Candace said she wasn't into celebrity culture. So then I thought maybe it was just a personal thing. If it's not about a celebrity, but maybe I just got that wrong.
That is interesting because if you're not into celebrity culture, you wouldn't be covering celebrities. But then, so I think that's actually a fair point. But Candace is arguing, well, I'm not covering celebrities. I'm covering whatever's trending that day.
I don't know what else I can respond to about that. People can listen to, can I finish? Thank you. People can listen to the 26-minute. Like, you can say, oh, I said something nice at the end. It's the same thing when you say these things and your tone is off. You can be like, oh, tone doesn't matter, but you...
Michaela was actually making a good point there, and then going into tone is just such weak sauce. Like, come on, let's not... Everybody knows that when you start debating the tone, it's because you don't really want to address the issues.
Say things sometimes in a bit of a manipulative fashion to get people to think a certain way. And then when people bring them up, you go, well, those aren't the words I said. But tone matters too. Anyway, people can go on YouTube and listen to the 26-minute section of your video on Dad and see what they think. I think it's high school mean girl tactics. I don't care if you think that's ad hominem either.
That was a pretty, it was a little weak sauce with the tone, but and then she's sitting like this, right? So if we do this, that low tier body language shit, right? Michaela seems pretty standoffish, and Candace just seems like a ferocious lawyer in this situation, right? Like, it's almost like I don't know, like a politician staring you down or something.
Candace?
Well, I would just say that when I was referring to celebrity culture, I meant worshiping people because they're celebrities. So I think that would make me ideologically consistent. And like I said, he was trending that day. I covered it as a trending topic. It's not a mean girl thing, but it might feel that way to you because it's your father and you have a personal relationship. You know, I can apologize if you are hurt from me covering the news. But like I said, we have to develop a thicker skin when we're in the public. How many things?
I mean, Candace isn't just covering the news, right? She clearly had a position that is not just an objective covering the news. It's actually a position that, you know, your dad is not probably not being honest about the situation. So it's more than just covering the news.
Are said about me routinely on a daily basis. If people want to cover after I have, you know, an addiction and people say, hey, after this, I think people lost faith in Candace Owens and that becomes a trending topic. I think that's fair game. It may not feel good to me, but I think that it would be fair game and it would be newsworthy.
Okay.
You do know that 1/5 of Americans are on psych meds, right?
By the way, again, totally off topic, but to my point earlier about psychotic people in America, yeah, like what, almost a fourth of the country is on insane psychomeds. I mean, we're living in a damn dystopian Brave New World nightmare where a fourth of the country almost is like literally on psych meds. So remember this, when you're dealing with people in public, you're actually dealing with pretty I mean, 1 in 4 of the people you're dealing with is insane. Dave at $5, or they're insane from the meds. Dave at $5. Imagine Piers in his underwear if you get nervous. I'll be honest with you, like, I'm not that nervous about Piers himself. I want to navigate Sola and Charybdis because Piers is, I think, some kind of Catholic, or he professes to be Catholic. So I can't go like super, you know, insane on Francis. I gotta be careful, or they just will never have me back, right? But I also want to be, you know, sassy and spicy in order to give a good, you know, bunch of retorts to the retorts that I'm going to be arguing with. I have no idea who's coming on. It could be a Catholic priest, could be Bishop. But what if it's Bishop Barron, dude? Oh, what if I get to debate Bishop Barron? Woo! I mean, I have no idea who will be on there. So it could be Tim Gordon. It could be Michael Knowles. Who knows? There's no telling, right?
Aware of the statistics?
Yes.
Are those all people with
Correct.
addictions? Like, is that your view of people on psych meds just in general?
That was an interesting technique. So it sounded like Michaela was trying to turn the audience against Candace, because Michaela's saying almost a fourth of the population is on meds. Are you saying that everyone on meds is like some kind of addict? Is that where she's going? So she's trying to turn the audience against her.
Fair game. It may not feel good to me, but I think that it would be fair game and it would be newsworthy.
Okay.
You do know that 1/5 of Americans are on psych meds, right? Are you aware of the statistics?
Yes.
Are those all people with
Correct.
addictions? Like, is that your?
That was a little bit of a, so I'm going to say Michaela's point here was actually manipulative. She's trying to manipulate the audience to be against what Candace is saying, because she said, you understand that a large portion of the audience is on meds. Are they all addicts? In other words, hey, in the audience, you should be mad at her for, this is an emotional appeal.
View of people on psych meds just in general?
Emotional appeal is a fallacy, by the way.
No, your father spoke out about his benzo addiction, so I don't understand why you're asking.
Yeah, no,
a question about people that take psych meds.
dependence.
What's the, so there's now some psycho term difference between addiction and dependence. I mean, this is getting playing word games.
Benzodependence. Maybe you don't know anything about this. If you're on a psych med long term, you form a dependence on it, and it's very difficult to get off of. They're starting to teach this in medical school. It's a disaster because so many Americans are on psych meds. So yeah, he suffered from psych med withdrawal because they make you form a dependence on it, especially long term. Now,
well, no, wait a minute. I mean, Peterson in his book originally was saying take your meds. So has he reversed his position on this?
calling it an addiction as if he was on heroin or something is manipulative.
Well, it's not manipulative if that's most people's understanding and usage of the term addiction, right? A lot of people, for example, are prescribed painkillers after an accident, and then they form an addiction to the painkiller, and there's no moral fault on the part of the person because they ended up having this negative effect that they didn't intend to have from taking the prescribed pain relievers, right? So it's kind of unfair to say that it's necessarily negative. We do oftentimes think of addiction as negative, but it's not necessarily that, right? As if there's some moral flaw. So this is kind of getting a little more manipulative on the part of Michaela, I think.
You know, so when we talked about it and we were very honest about what was going on, part of it was to spread awareness that 1/5 of Americans are on medications that cause dependence and don't know it. It's horrible. People die because of it. So
this is, I think, Michaela's, this is actually kind of clever from an optics standpoint. I don't agree with the approach that Michaela has, but she's actually being pretty clever to try to get an emotional connection with the audience against Candace. I think that's what she's doing here.
I think laughing about it is like, it's...
Yeah, these are emotional appeals, right? And emotional appeals are very effective, but they're fallacies.
Just, it's not cool.
I certainly don't think I laughed at it. I think benzodependence is pretty much a euphemism for an addiction. And if you know anything about my work and me being super crunchy and speaking about...
I mean, Michaela fussing over the word dependency versus addiction, this comes off as weak.
Why I think medicines are bad, because they do create dependencies, which then yield people going onto the streets for something stronger. I mean, the benzo addiction becomes a heroin addiction because the doctor won't write you the prescription anymore, so you turn to the streets for something stronger because you're...
I mean, what do you guys think? This is looking like it's a little rough here. Charge sheet $5. I don't like listening to women in polemics. It's like when women are trying to be boss babes. You know, it'd be nice if we had, you know, guys being guys and running society. What are you going to do? It is what it is. Look, I'll take, you know, somebody at least making good arguments, whether it's male or female, although I'd like to be the, you know, guy making the arguments with the audience, but maybe one day we'll get to that. We'll see. NB $5. Anyone remember the part of Maps of Meaning where Peterson says that he had a wet dream about his grandmother? I've heard this. I've not read this book, but I've heard this. C. Froy 8, $5. I finished reading Reflections of a Russian Statement. I recommend the book, by the way. I'm reading through Liberty or Equality by Ledeen, but I'm needing more book recommendations on monarchism. Thank you. I don't know that many books on that, so I'm not sure what to tell you. Storm the Cat, $3. Their voices are annoying. I'm actually having a good time, like, analyzing kind of the tactics here, because debates at this level of media, I mean, you know, for us, for our audience, we are more advanced in terms of debate proper, but for normies and for the rest of the world, this is what debate is, right? It's like them watching optics and performance, not listening to and analyzing the arguments being made. I would venture to say probably for 90% of the public and people that are out there. I mean, just think about how politics works. Politics has nothing to do with logic and reasoning. It's all performance, looks. It's all pizzazz, smoke and mirrors, and like 2% actual policies. And so we can watch an exchange like this, which is actually kind of interesting from the standpoint of like who is using what technique here. You know, I mean, we've analyzed tons of debates. This one is really no different, because it looked to me like Michaela started out by saying, Candace, you're really manipulative. But as this discussion progressed, the actual manipulation technique was much more on the side of Michaela than it was Candace in this discussion.
Body is dependent on it. I'm sorry that, again, you are offended by this conversation simply because it is your father. I don't think I've been offensive in my language. And if you find it to be manipulative, that I think that it impacted the way that...
By the way, somebody said it's all theater. I mean, in that sense, yeah, like media, politics, it's a lot of theatrics, right? If you remember, they were saying, remember when Obama got elected and they were doing these studies and they'd written all these analyses that when they talked to, you know, the average woman why they voted for Obama, and it was like, because he talked and looked so smooth. Like what do they have to do with whether he's a good presidential candidate, right? So like it has nothing to do with, you know, what's really the case.
Then saw him when they publicly were saying that on Twitter. We covered the tweets that people were writing on that day about how, you know, they used to idolize him. They're so grateful for his book, but this is not the person that they knew. Again, I'm sorry you're offended by that, but it's just the reality of what happened. And I can tell this is a sensitive topic for you, but it is what it is, Michaela. I don't know what to say. I don't think anybody's laughed at it. I think it's a good conversation to be had. And no one is more anti-Big Pharma than me. I mean, I have an entire series against Big Pharma, so.
I don't even know where to start with that. You know, benzo addicts will go.
By the way, I'm not saying that Candace can't engage in the same types of techniques, right? I'm just saying in this discussion. So you can disagree with me on this assessment if you want. It's fine. H. Brazzi, $10. On your next space, I want to call in and detail the insane interaction I had with a bunch of men who literally told me that they don't care about logic in the argument, and they used an ad populi on me. Well, yeah, man. Like, if you're in the normie world, they're not going to listen. They don't care about logic. Malin Keisner, $5. If Candace is playing the role of a shark, Michaela is the fox. Michaela is actually more manipulative. I'm just talking about in this discussion.
To the street for heroin. We were trying to spread awareness about psych med withdrawal, and we were very honest about what everybody was going through. I went through psych med withdrawal myself. It was one of the worst experiences in my life. It kills people, causes akathisia, which makes people suicidal. It's a terrible side effect. So that's what we were talking about. Now, if you...
Okay, well, but I mean, then Jordan Peterson needs to say that, you know, he was wrong when he said in his first book, take your meds.
To treat benzo addiction. That's what we were told by the press, the New York Post, the New York Times, his 12 Rules tour.
Now I'm trying to get to the point about the psychopaths or whatever.
And he called me a pharisaical pretender. This is a real tweet because I said Christ is king. This is the one that Christ is king has broken so many people.
Oh, okay. I didn't see this tweet. So this actually was about her. So Peterson is saying that she's the pharisaical pretender. She proclaims her devotion for no other reason than to elevate her perceived status. Her outrage is designed not to shout the truth, but build bridges. Not to shout the truth on roof, but build bridges or make peace, but to subvert Christianity with a new force, her own purposes. She uses God's name in vain. There are few more unforgivable sins. So let's hear her reaction to that's a pretty spicy comment there.
People's brains, it's amazing. It's incredible why the declaration that Christ is king has broken so many people's brains. I wasn't even speaking to him. I was speaking to somebody else. And I said, thank you for re-upping this most crucial conversation about Christ is king almost exactly a year later. And once again, during the season of Lent, after a year of thoughtfulness, I want you to know that I will never stop declaring it.
Now, one thing I have to say about Candace is that, wait a minute, didn't you choose Roman Catholicism? You became a trad cat. That's the huge mistake that you made, because the very people that you're criticizing, all the big Z, pretty sure Francis and the Vatican II papacy are 100% bowing down and worshiping those people. Why would you choose to become a trad cat if you have a committed opposition to big Z here? Interesting.
Anything about that tweet? Keep that back up. Anything about me saying that make you think that someone should be jumping in and calling you a pharisaical pretender? Well, that's what Dr. Jordan Peterson does on X. This is how he behaves on X. Okay. There's just long threads of him writing these like poetry, like literally it reads like poetry, but he's calling people names.
Debate Elijah. We tried to tell Elijah to come and debate at the Vegas debate that Ubi is doing. I don't think he has any interest in that. And then I told Elijah he's welcome to hop on a open space at any time. He doesn't want to do that. He says that he must have a formal debate with a moderator. So he wasn't interested in the in-person debate that presumably would have a moderator because it's moderated between Ubi and Voice of Reason, which I might be at in person. And then Elijah says he's too good for an open space call-in, and he demands a moderator. I don't owe him a moderator. If he doesn't want to call in, my policy has always been, if you got a low subscriber count, we don't know who you are, you barely have an audience, I don't owe you a formal debate. And if you think that's running, then call in on the open space. No, I'm not going to do that because I need a moderator. Oh, I mean, I can give you a timed response. No, I deserve a moderator because I'm actually really important.
Ad hominem attacks. He writes Candace Owens, a true pharisaical pretender.
And by the way, the day that I was sending the X space or talking to Elijah Yassi and another dude about an open space debate, they literally sat there for like 20 minutes debating me in the DMs about debates and how debates should work. And I'm like, I'm not going to debate you on debates. You can call in on my space, or Ubi can set up something, right? Which Ubi was talking to Yassi about coming and debating at the live event. That's it, man. I'm not going to sit. I don't owe everyone with 3,000 followers a debate.
Again, this is a guy who has not asserted that Christ is anything in his life. He is not baptized, and he gets angry when people push him on what his religion is. She vociferously proclaims her devotion to Christ for no other reason than to elevate her perceived status. Her outrage is designed not to shout the truth from the rooftops, but to build bridges or make peace, but to subvert Christianity itself with its new force to her own purposes. She's literally using God's...
So, I mean, the problem with these kinds of things is that this just always turns into people arguing about people's motives. And that's like the most weak ass way to totally leave and deflect from a debate. I mean, we saw Leather Daddy Albrecht and Scam Shamu do the exact same thing 2 weeks ago. They'll go nuts, crazy, all this stuff, anything but actually agreeing to come to do a debate, right? Throw a fit, poison the well, throw a poo-poo bomb in the middle of everything so that there will not be a debate. And then spend the rest of the time bitching about how everyone has bad motives, everyone's so evil, oh, they're just the worst person ever. Why don't you just go confront the person and have a formal, moderated debate? I'm talking about when it's a big name person, right? How come you won't give Elijah Yassi a formal debate? I don't owe a 3,000 follower person a formal debate. And Ubi even said, come to the Vegas thing when I'm debating Voice of Reason, and we'll try to set up something with you and Jay can debate or something. Oh, I'm not. Ubi says he doesn't want to do that. I don't know. I don't talk to Elijah Yassi. But Ubi said something to the effect of he wasn't interested in that. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not going to sit here. I mean, I think everybody over here knows, like, if you really want to debate me, it is possible to set that up. And I don't know why some of y'all can't understand that a lot of these people don't actually want to debate, right? I don't know. I know you can't figure that out. That's hard for you to figure it out. But was it hard for us to set up on my side a debate with Stefan Molyneux, Matt Dillamonkey, Sheikh Azra Rashid, Paul Williams, Dr. Shabir Ali, Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, Daniel Hakikachu? Was it hard to set up a debate with any of those people? No. It was easy. How come the Muslims, like, it's easy to set up a debate with a Muslim. Now, the only one who was hard was Jake. Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, was a nightmare to try to set the debate up with, because he kept bitching and whining and, oh, I don't want this, I want this, I don't want this. Right? How come we've had no problem setting up a debate with all of these other people? And then these whining, bitching idiots and losers with 2,000 followers or whatever, like Yossi. It's just like they'll debate with you in DMs for 30 minutes about debating. And I finally just told Yossi, like, dude, I don't have time for this. I'm not wasting my time. Dude, are you lonely? Get over yourself. You're just trying to be cool. Yes, I am trying to be cool and argue with everyone. That's my life's mission, is to be cool and argue with everyone. I open up for open forum debate and have done that for 7 years now on Twitter. And I've been debating since the year 2000. So I've been debating for 25 years. Yeah, I mean, that's, in the case of Albrecht, that's what it is. It's like, you offer all of these different options, then they won't agree. They'll have some minor disagreement and then say that you're running. That's what happened with Jake, right? Jake said for many years that there will be no cross-examinations. Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, for many years would not agree to cross-examinations. And then finally he caved on that, and that's how we had the debate. So that's why Jake would never do it. And I was like, I'm not going to debate you if you don't allow that, because I want to pin you down. Lumina, $20. You're the best in the business. Well, thank you so much, Lumina. Appreciate that. H. Brosy, $10. What pisses me off is that the big name profiles like Sarah Stock, I don't even know who that is. She sees you reply, ask her to come debate. She ignores it. But some Protestant goober she'll reply instantly. Well, I mean, I don't know who Sarah Stock is, but I think just a lot of people don't want to have a real debate. I mean, the reason that we do pretty good over here, who cares about cross-examinations? Well, people that don't want to lose. That's who. Because if you're not good at debate, that's where you're going to crash and burn. That's why. It's not irrelevant.
Name in vain. There are a few more unforgivable sins. Okay. Or I just said Christ is king because there was a renewed attack on the phrase, which was being sponsored by Dr. Peterson.
So I don't know that there are no upcoming female debates. The Dasha debate was like not that serious. It was a tongue-in-cheek debate. I mean, it was halfway serious because she said she wanted to debate somebody Orthodox, and she apparently wouldn't debate Luigi for whatever reason. So I'm like, all right, I'll debate. I'll debate a uni. Let's do it. Fine, I don't care.
Dr. Peterson teamed up with the ADL and the NCRI to try to label any political dissidents of theirs mentally ill. Okay. I think it's the thing that he's done that's been the most beyond the pale for me. For me, it's hang it up. I am not a fan of Dr. Jordan Peterson anymore because I see right through this. You'll recall, like I said, during that Lent, to him and 12 non-Christians, it was like 10 Jews. And I think it was 2 other people who we didn't know what their background was, to state that Christ is king is a form of political extremism. I'm not...
By the way, I don't fault people who have bigger channels for not wanting to debate a smaller person. I mean, I know what that's like now, right? There's not really any advantage or benefit to doing it. So people that have, 1 million, 2 million followers, I don't expect them to actually debate me. It would be cool if they did, but I don't usually expect it. And it's in the same way, like people who have 200 followers, like they shouldn't expect that I have to debate them or whatever. The way that this, I think, happens is when enough people in the comments and in the audience kind of bugs them enough that they think, all right, I need some content. I've been seeing for the last 6 months this person's name in the chat. That's how we got on Timcast. That's how we got the debate with Stefan. That's how we got the debate with Matt Dillahunty, right? It took a good few years for those things to come about when they saw the repeated references in the chat.
Take a look. This was the, if you forgot, thy name in vain, how online extremists hijacked Christ as king. Utterly absurd to say, completely ridiculous. And you will note the NCRI actually is known for, and by the way, to be clear, like,
and by the way, this is like this Johnny Moore guy. He's like some mega Christian Zionist. It's like, this probably was not the wise choice for Jordan Peterson to link up with this, to go after the term Christ is King. I mean, unless you want to alienate, a giant portion of your Christian audience, which I assume Jordan Peterson has a large Christian audience, but this really just kind of goes back to my criticism 7 years ago that classical liberalism is not compatible with traditional Christianity. It's only going to be compatible with these completely cucked versions of like cuckianity and evangelical nonsense, right? So you come to a certain crossroads where you gotta part ways with it, and if you don't, then, well, you're not in the domain of Christianity anymore.
Jordan Peterson has now gone on tour, which is why he's trending again today, because he's trying to justify this report, saying that, like, we can't say
no, Kanye was not correct. In fact, Kanye today said that all the Christians who believed in him were idiots, and he trolled you all. And did I ever promote Kanye? I did not. So I didn't fall for that. Many of you fell for the Kanye psyop. I did not. Now, I did report on the Harley Pasternak thing because I thought that was interesting. But a lot of y'all trusted and thought that Kanye was going to, oh, he's so base, da 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 da. And everybody saw what Kanye has said in the last week. Multiple, like, just totally ridiculous. Which, dude, Kanye is mentally ill. Like, that was obvious. And I don't know why people couldn't see that. But, again, it's like a lot of y'all don't have discernment. You didn't have discernment for Jordan Peterson. You didn't have discernment on Kanye. You didn't have discernment at the time of Seville. You didn't have discernment about, name any other host of idiotic media figures who many of you in general, not talking about my audience, many of you in general, you just fall for the latest talking head yapper. And what about some discernment here? Is there discernment on Tate? Do a lot of y'all have Tate discernment? Some of y'all don't have any Tate discernment, which is kind of surprising. Did you have Kanye discernment? I'm not even talking about the cousins thing. I'm talking about what he said, yesterday or today? Let's see. Tristan sent me this. Let's see what he said. Kanye admits that he does not believe that it's a big Z Middle Eastern problem. Rather, the problem is Catholic people and white people. Kanye says that his skin, the black skin, that black skin is what God is. In fact, that he's been trolling this whole time.
And that's going to be some Disney shit. Some shit ran by the lower middle management, which is the Jews, because the Jews really work for the whites, which work for the Catholic Church. You get what I'm saying? But God runs the world, and this is God. You know this color. You know what it is. So that's why all the niggas.
He's pointing at his skin. And by the way, is he still on laughing gas or what? Like he looks like he's high in this video. I'd love to go on Theo Von. Theo Von is one of my favorites. I met Theo Von in Nashville when we went to see him do stand-up. And I emailed Theo a couple times, and I don't know if it was him or his manager or whoever books. This was like 3 years ago, so he was not as big as he is now, even 3 years ago. And somebody was replying, and but I was like, hey, I'd love to come on, and blah, blah, blah. But I think that I'm not at that big of a level, It looks like it's Theo's email. It's got his picture that comes up. It was. I told Theo, hey, blah, 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 I'd like to come on. Saw your set in Nashville. Theo said, hey, thanks, Jay. I'll keep this in mind. add my producer to this email thread, blah, blah, blah. So maybe I need to re-email them and remind them. But I think, look, the way a lot of this media stuff works is that, like when I was talking to the PBD guy, the producer, scheduler for PBD, and then what Scooter said about Tucker was like, a lot of times, like the schedulers for the big channels, like they'll just go look at your profile and be like, okay, he's got 160 on YouTube, he's got 100 on Twitter, that's not big enough. They don't even see your content or what you talk about. It's literally, they just look at the number and then, okay, he's not even at, 200,000 on either Twitter or YouTube. So I think what happens is that a lot of the producers and schedulers just do that and then they just move on. Unless the one caveat is like Tripoli has been friends with Joe Rogan forever, right? Because Tripoli doesn't have, massive numbers. I think that, Joe's just like, hey, yeah, come on, you're, my old buddy. Unless you like are old buddies or something, I think the schedulers just don't even pay attention to anybody who's not that high on numbers. Hey Jay, Theo gives nobodies a place on his channel. You're the shit. Well, maybe I have a chance with Theo. The thing is, even when I sent that email, like that was like 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, his podcast is probably twice as big or 3 times as big as it was back then. You know what I mean? Go in the comments and tell Theo Vaughn to have me on. That'd be a good way to do it. H. Brazzi, $10. Oh, that girl. I did tweet at her. The one that said, told all of her followers to become Catholic. You replied saying Orthodoxy is the ancient church. I forgot about her. She ignored it, but she responded to some other guy with 25 followers. That's because they don't want to actually, they don't want to deal with the real, anybody who could actually sort of flesh it out, I forgot about that chick. Let's see. Did we get to everything that I wanted to talk about? We didn't even get to Bitcoin. I don't know why I had Bitcoin. Bitcoin, by the way, is going back up. Did y'all not know this? Did I not tell you that you should have been on the Bitcoin train? And you had a 2 weeks? No, a month. You had a month. Oh, look at them two together.
You connect a lot of dots between like Israel and media, right? Or
so, yeah, I mean, I knew Theo was based, so you could check that one out. And interestingly, who funds Kufi? This is Pastor John Hagee in Times of Israel. Kufi is financed by the Shulman Foundation, the Adelson family, and a bunch of other interesting foundations. Now that is John Hagee's specific operation that promotes Christian Zionism. And I didn't know that Whitney Webb has written a history of this, which I know all about the history of Christian Zionism, so I'm not going to repeat all of that. I did want to get to a little bit about this because James Perloff, who became Orthodox, has also written on this, and he has a really good history of Samuel Untermeyer and C.I. Scofield himself. So you can check that out there. Yeah, I mean, I think that Theo Vaughn would probably have Sam Hyde on before he'd have me on, and that makes sense because Sam has a much bigger audience, and that makes sense, right? But I mean, of course, I would love to go on as well. But I mean, you guys remember one of the biggest comedy videos of the entire year? I co-wrote that. So episode 1 of Sam Hyde Show, which has, with all the clips and everything, probably 20 million views. But check out Perloff's article. And the reason I'm bringing that up is I just did 2 podcasts on this topic. I forgot I did 2, not just 1. I did Buck's podcast, so go check out Counterflow right here. Oh, I remember what I was going to play. Counterflow, Questioning Heresies and Looking for the Truth with Jay right here. And the Australian guy who has the channel, what's it called? Postmodern, I forget it. He's got a decent sized Instagram. And we did an interview that he said got him questioning Sola Scriptura. We just did another interview on dispensationalism and John Hagee and this kind of nonsense. So look for that in the next couple days. And I also wanted
if you spent any time
mention that I actually appreciate the black dude over here at Simply Bitcoin. He did a really good video, and I wasn't expecting it. He actually got into some of the biblical ideas here, which I didn't know that he had I don't know this black dude. I'm not familiar with his other than this channel, right? I've seen many clips and videos from this channel before. And if you guys do want to get started in Bitcoin, you could do it right here at Swan Bitcoin. This is my referral code. They're a Bitcoin only company, so you buy there and you can send it after about a month off site to your private Bitcoin wallet, whether your Ledger or your Blockstream, Jade, or whatever. But I do want to play some of this guy's video because this was a really good video overall, and we'll comment on it.
in Bitcoin, you'll know that there's a huge variety of opinions on whether or not Bitcoin will succeed or not. Michael Saylor believes that Bitcoin is inevitable. In a recent interview, Michael Saylor said that he'll be buying Bitcoin at $1 million a coin, $10 million a coin, $50 million a coin. And then there's people out there like Jamie Dimon who still believe that Bitcoin's a fraud and a Ponzi scheme.
Crypto. If you mean crypto like Bitcoin, I've always said it's a fraud. No hope for it. Well, if they think they're a currency, there's no hope for it. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a public, decentralized Ponzi.
Hey, Jamie.
Even Jack Dorsey.
That's my shirt, dude, except mine's pink.
Who some believe could be Satoshi, even believes that there's a chance that Bitcoin will fail.
So let's fast forward to the
I don't think Jack Dorsey is Satoshi.
future, and Bitcoin has failed. How did it fail?
I think it fails through irrelevance. Like it fails
Irrelevance.
to be relevant to people on a daily basis. If it just ends up being store value and nothing more, I don't think it gains relevance at all. Like I think it has to be payments for it to be relevant on the everyday. Otherwise, it's just something you kind of buy and forget and only use in emergency situations or when you want to get liquid again. So I think if it doesn't transition to payments and find that everyday use case, it just gets increasingly irrelevant.
Now, one of the reasons I'm playing this is because we just saw a huge rebound when it came to, in the last few days, last week, I guess, Bitcoin went from 85 to 95. So we went from, or actually 80-ish to 95. So we're back up in the bullish territory. What did we get down to? 80. Well, a few weeks ago, we actually went down to 75. Wow. So we went in the past couple weeks, we've gone from 75 to 95, which has made people think that we are bullish again. That the reason for the dip, of course, had to do with just Trump's tariff stuff, right? So I guess now that people are not really talking about that, plus there's now a new contender with Michael Saylor, which is going to be headed up by Jack Mallers from Strike, another challenger to buying the same amount of Bitcoin that he has bought, which means, again, supply shock. So again, I guess, you guys don't listen to me when I tell you this stuff, but that means that eventually when this filters out, like, there will be less and less Bitcoin available when, I'm not talking about us for humans, us normies, us plebs. I'm talking about at the nation state level, when the other countries and entities begin to seek out buying up the Bitcoin, there will be a supply shock because not that much Bitcoin is available. I'm not talking about for us, right, at the pleb level. There's always going to be exchanges selling, smaller amounts of Bitcoin. But I'm talking about when, the nation state of whatever wants to start buying Bitcoin and they want to buy, $1 billion worth, right? There's not going to be a lot of Bitcoin available at the price that it is. It's going to be like shooting up, you see. So $1 billion worth of Bitcoin will be probably $3, $4, $5, $1 billion, you see.
And that's fair. That's fair to me.
As a guy who runs a Bitcoin show, you all are going to be shocked to hear what I actually believe. I ultimately believe that Bitcoin will fail in the end. Stick around. I'll give you my real, raw, uncut, honest thoughts about why I believe that Bitcoin will fail you in the end. No clickbait, just me being real. This is Dante Cook with Bitcoin Simply.
And I appreciate Dante's point here because it's pretty funny. It's not what you expect he's going to say.
Is it kind of unlimited and really depends on what is happening in the market?
No, we'll just keep buying. But the debt to GDP ratio right now is 10 times at least higher. So that's actually not going to work. There is no solution. That's why people are running into Bitcoin. That's why Bitcoin's worth over $1 trillion now, why it's going to $10 trillion now, is that people are running for the hills. They're getting out of Dodge. They're dumping their U.S. Treasury bonds. They're dumping whatever they can, and they're putting it into Bitcoin. And so Bitcoin, we're going to see Bitcoin be the major winner in this sovereign debt collapse globally. That's how you get to $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 per Bitcoin. Everybody knows it now. Paul Tudor Jones, Stan Druckenmiller, Michael Saylor over at MicroStrategy. They're all openly talking about a speculative attack against the central banks. Borrow at that cheap rate, buy Bitcoin, and let them die. That's what's going on.
And Janet Yellen, for one, expects these interest or these inflation levels, rather, to persist until mid-2022.
We're buying Bitcoin, and it's we're in a completely new era, a new world, a new global standard, as Rand Paul, a senator in America, has called on Bitcoin.
By the way, Max Kaiser was liking and retweeting me the other day. I forgot what tweet it was, but he's really difficult to get to do an interview.
Of Wall Street in New York City wearing a hoodie and saying stuff like this.
And this is why Bitcoin will decouple, because Bitcoin isn't priced on earnings.
So Mahler's is going to be running A22, A21, whatever, and they're going to try to buy the same amount of Bitcoin as Michael Saylor. That's crazy. I forget the name of it.
And if countries are looking for something to own, you're going to want scarce reserve assets. Long gold, long Bitcoin. Easy. So people don't understand what we're living through. And I'm looking on the internet and everyone's freaking out. And my message to my audience and to the Bitcoiners is just relax. You got to breathe. Calm down. Understand what you own. Understand what we're living through right now. Let the stock market puke and figure itself out. And by the way, is it over? No. What are we living through right now? We're trying. I'm literally on Wall Street having meetings with Wall Street people. This city is full of a bunch of over-levered, pompous hedge fund assholes. These guys, the stock market's down like 4%. These guys are begging and pleading and screaming for a bailout. Give me a break. Everyone wants a relief rally. We're now at the phase where everyone's like, oh, you hear that? Oh my God, Trump said that he's open to negotiations. Trump said he might walk back what he said. And no one's actually pricing in the fact that Trump means business. Whether you like it or not, Trump wants to help the poor American. Trump wants to create factory jobs. Trump wants to produce stuff here. Trump wants to fix the deficit problem. That's until I see otherwise, Trump is about business. Trump is keeping his promises. Whether you
One way, you can just print money. That's it. That's how you do it.
Now, the point here is that they're still going to just go forward with money printing, right? Even if Trump is, pro jobs, pro business, pro economy, like they're still going to just go forward with probably, I don't know how they would not do it. Like we're not immediately on a gold standard or a Bitcoin standard. So the only option is to do money printing. And that also signifies Bitcoin as a, hedge asset to also go up.
If you look back on the past history of our country and other countries, you see that every time they get in a situation where they need to have a conflict, it's always printing money. So my hope was that Bitcoin would provide a way out. Once I began to study Bitcoin, and I didn't get it right away. You probably are smarter than I am. I got it, and I was trading shit coins, and I bought some Bitcoin. It went way up, and I sold it like an idiot. And but when you realize that you don't understand what you hold, the best thing to do is just get right back in the books. Just get in the books and start studying and reading and understanding, watching podcasts like this. And I did that. Once I understood it, once I really got it, I just started going back in and bigger and bigger. You know how that is. You start small. Next thing you know, you've got more and more of your wealth in there. And then today, sitting here today, I've got all my wealth in Bitcoin or a proxy. I've got some MicroStrategy stock too, but basically, everything I have is in Bitcoin. And I'm pretty damn happy too, I'll tell you.
Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think on these things. I believe that Bitcoin is the only monetary system in the world right now that represents truth. I believe that it is actually a just and fair system. As Larry points out in his book and others have talked about, equal weights and measures in our money again. I believe that it allows us to do things honorably, to be paid for honest work, something that you've built, created, or acquired through honest means.
Exactly.
I believe that the code is lovely. I believe that the work that people are doing in this industry is commendable. I believe that there are excellent people working day and night on Bitcoin products and solutions to bring fairness and access to financial markets to people all around the world. This is worthy of praise. But I want to share a message with all of my followers. Bitcoin will ultimately fail you in the end. On your deathbed, you will not be worried about your seed plate or your private keys. You're going to be thinking about whether you were just famous online or whether you were actually famous in your own home. You're going to be thinking about whether you spent too much time worshiping a created thing or the creator themselves. You're going to think about whether you used your Bitcoin to give you more time, to have more memories, experiences, and unforgettable moments with people that you loved and cared about. Or whether you used your Bitcoin to feed the poor, the needy, or the hungry. Or whether you just held it to increase your treasure. You've never seen a U-Haul attached to a hearse because there's nothing on this earth that you can take with you when you die. Not even your Bitcoin. Your Bitcoin will never fully fulfill you. And I've gone further down the rabbit hole than most. I do this show. I read all about Bitcoin all the time. I talk about it all the time. When you get down to the bottom of the rabbit hole, it'll be just like Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz, rolling back the curtain and understanding that fiat was all fake. You're going to get to the end of your Bitcoin journey and realize that Bitcoin can never fill a hole that it ultimately wasn't designed to. It's a tool. Use it to grow your wealth. Use it to maximize.
What are you guys even talking about? He's not an AI character. He's like what? Go watch the channel. It's not fake.
Your time and your ability to have moments with your loved ones and people that you care about so that you're thinking about them around your deathbed and not about your private keys. Your dollar cost average will not come to your benefit to save you when you're coming to think about whether you lived a life of meaning or of purpose. All of these things are independent of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin cannot solve that problem for you. But let me be clear. I'm in Bitcoin not just for the money, but because I actually believe that Bitcoin will make the world a better place. And for that reason, I say, let's continue to press on into the mission. Let's continue to liberate people from the shackles of fiat slavery. Education is power, and I believe that one of the things that our world is sorely missing.
Oh, do you guys mean that he's reading something that he printed out on AI? Is that what you mean? He has an AI voice. You mean he's reading it? The video is not AI. Like, what are you even talking about? Here, you can go watch the channel. It's not an AI, dude. This is so stupid.
is education that comes from financial literacy. Knowing that life is getting harder is one thing. Knowing where, why, and how you're being robbed is another thing entirely. And it's our job to educate people on why the system is broken. And with that, I want to leave you with probably one of my favorite clips from one of my favorite people in Bitcoin, and that's Natalie Brunell on Charles Payne's show about the mission of why we actually do Bitcoin.
Well, what is the total addressable market for
Are you guys trolling? I don't understand. This is really dumb. Like, this guy
if you
has
spent
like
any time in Bitcoin,
multiple interviews.
Man, I think the thing that was super interesting is, you know, that
so we're going to charge half of that. I mean, there's some real political salesmanship, I should say, involved in that. And, you know, so be it. That's the way the game is played, right?
Dude,
Boomer J, Boomer. All right, cool. Let's just... You're getting on my nerves. Now, if you would like to get into Bitcoin, which I recommend, or you can remain a dumb idiot and broke, you can head on over to the link in the show description for Bitcoin right here. Swan Bitcoin right there. And sign up there. Also, I want to remind you to head on over to chalk.com, the best in supplementation. You can use the promo code JAY40 to get 40% off all these great products over at chalk.com. The best in adaptogens, the best in pre-workout, the best in performance. It's not dick pills. I don't know what people say. Jay Dar sells dick pills. It's workout adjacent. It's not dick pills. It's for workout. Chad mode is a pre-workout. Action 2.0, energy boosting. Tonkat Ali, proven to boost testosterone. And you get 40% off with the promo code JAY40. J40 gets you 40% off all those great products over at chalk.com. All right. Thank you guys so much. Remember that you can still get the pre-orders at my website for the new book, Esoteric Hollywood 3. If you come over here, you'll see the big picture. Click on that. Esoteric Hollywood 3. Sex, Cults, and Apocalypse in Films. This is a pre-order. That means it's 3 months out. So you're going to wait, but you're going to get your name in to get a signed copy early and right away. You will be first to get it. But remember, it's a 3-month out arrival for the print copies. So don't message me saying, "Where's my book? You stole my money." No, it's 3 months out. I can't control when it comes from the printer. This is not me. It's not self-published. I have a publisher. So it's different when I have a publisher. Cool Barracuda. Cool. I'm curious. I'm a dum-dum. Is Bitcoin tied to how much money and energy is used up for miners and data? Well, Bitcoin mining is what uses energy to keep the network up, but mining and nodes are decentralized, so they're everywhere. So I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean, is the price tied to the mining? Indirectly it is. And the Bitcoin network is tied to mining, and mining uses energy. But I don't think we're in some kind of like scenario where all the Bitcoin mining and energy in the world goes away or something, if you're asking a fear-based question. Bobby C, $5. They're saying he's AI because the video is lagging and the audio is lagging on our end. Okay, I can't see or tell that there's a lag, so that was not perceptible on my end of things. So, no matter where I live or what I do with connection, I've had at both places, I've had the services out probably 10 times at both places, literally 10 times at both places. And there's just they will never fix the peaks and the drops of the feed. I've paid all amounts of money. I've gotten them to do everything, and it will never ever stop doing peaks and drops. So I don't know what to tell you. Everybody have a good night. Thank you for joining me. A lot of fun.